Yep.
Okay, welcome everyone. You are here for a meeting of the Baltimore City Board of Municipal and Zoning Appeals, the zoning docket. We have two dockets today, one at 1 o'clock and one at 2:30. The only matter on the 2:30 docket today is case number 2021-161, 4903-4905 York Road. So if you are here for that matter, you can sign back in at 2:30. All other matters on the docket will be heard as soon as I finish my little presentation here. So right now, I want to explain a little bit more about Webex functions. If you have called in, you'll be able to hear everything that we're saying. If you have signed in via the internet, you're considered an attendee. And so what that means is you do not have the ability to mute or unmute yourself right now. If you look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a microphone, camera buttons, chat feature, different options. You should be able to see the board and myself on the screen. When your case is called, I will make you a panelist and unmute you. If your camera is functional, you can turn your camera on at that time and we will be able to see you. And attendees, again, who call in and wish to testify, you will hear 2 beeps when you are unmuted. After you hear the 2 beeps, if you wish to speak on the issue, please speak right away. If not, I will move on to the next caller. There's 2 ways you can testify in support or opposition of a matter. The chat feature, if you put into the chat the case number and whether you support or oppose, we'll be able to call on you that way. Please do not use the Q&A feature. It's difficult for me to see the Q&A during the hearing. I can only see the chat. Also, there's a raise your hand function that will also let me know if you wish to testify either in support or opposition. The order of testimony goes as follows. The applicant goes first, followed by support, then opposition, and then the applicant gets the last word and testimony closes. Anyone speaking on a matter before this board is considered to be testifying under oath and is required to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If you have any issues with Webex, you can call our office and someone will be able to answer your call. Do not email me because I will not be able to answer your email. Our office number is 410-396-4301. If you're having any technical difficulties and cannot participate for whatever reason, you can email bmza@baltimorecity.gov to what you would have testified for, but your technical difficulties. Cases will be called by the chair and we will proceed through the entire docket. Please note, your case may not be called in the order it appears on the agenda, so please stay alert. And at this point, I will turn it over to our chair, Mr. Fields.
Thank you, Ms. Byrne. Board will vote on the case and make a decision at the end of the docket generally, unless we need some time to take in information that has been presented or we're awaiting additional information with which to make a decision. However, to the extent we deliberate today, there aren't just a scant few cases on the docket, which you certainly stay on the line and listen into the deliberations, although you cannot participate. In any event, you can call the BMZA office tomorrow morning after 9 a.m. That number is 410-396-4301. You should receive your resolution in the mail within 30 days. We ask that you not do any work until your resolution is actually received, and certainly don't do any work in Baltimore City without pulling the proper permits. There is one postponement on the docket today, case number 2021-136, 3430 Keswick Road. The appellant is Wicketh LLC. That matter will not go forward today. Scheduled at a later date. And case number 2021-136, 3430 Keswick Road is postponed. There are a number of cases on the consent docket. Consent cases are those cases for which the board believes it has sufficient information to approve the appeal. So we'll call the case name, hear any reports from the Department of Planning and from staff, and then resolve the. And with that, I'll go ahead and begin to call the consent docket. First, we have case number 2021-153, 3441 Hickory Avenue. The appellant is Garrett Adler, and this appeal addresses requested variances to bulk regulations related to construction of a two-story rear addition. I'll hear any reports from planning and staff.
Martin French for the Baltimore City Planning Department. Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
The variance requested is the minimum rear yard setback. Variance required, or the setback required is 20 feet. What is being proposed is 3 feet, therefore a 17-foot variance is required. See Mr. Adler, here the applicant. I will make him a panelist. And Mr. Adler, you are unmuted.
Okay, I'm here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Adler.
Good afternoon.
Sir, is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time?
There's nothing that I have to add at this time. Thank you so much.
Very well. The board having received your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You do. Next case on the consent docket, case number 2021-154, 4678 Park Heights Avenue. The appellant is the NHP Foundation. And this is a request to consolidate 4650 through 4678 Park Heights Avenue, 3201 through 3203 Virginia Avenue, close alleys and use as an urban farm. Now here, any reports we have from planning and staff.
Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted it's consistent with the Park Heights Urban Renewal Plan, and recommends approval of the application. Thank you.
Again, this is a conditional use for urban agriculture as requested by the applicant. Caroline Hecker is representing the applicant and she is unmuted. Oh, we also have so real quick, sorry, we have a letter in support from Ms. Spence, president of the Park Lane Neighborhood Association.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hecker.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon. Caroline Hecker, Rosenberg Martin on behalf of the applicant. As everyone has already indicated, this is an application for conditional use approval of the property as an urban farm for urban agriculture. And we have a couple representatives of the applicant I think are on the line here, but I don't think we need to bring them in to testify. We submitted a packet of exhibits earlier today to the board for your records. And I don't think we have anything further to add.
Very well. Thank you for all that information, Ms. Hecker. We tell you that the board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thanks very much.
See you shortly. Move on to the next case, case number 2021-158, 333 North Charles Street. The appellant is Terry Weigel. This appeal addresses placement of a sign on the south wall that will read Marion House at the Women's Exchange, which will be approximately 100 square feet. Sign case, and I'll hear any reports we have from staff and vice versa.
Planning Department has no comment on this application. Thank you.
So this is the it's a maximum sign area variance. There are 25 square feet that's allowed. 100 is proposed, so a 75-foot variance. The issue here is that the zoning administrator has determined that the proposed location is considered ground floor of the premises. In your packet, there was a photograph of an existing sign that already exceeds the 25 square foot threshold. So I will find our applicant, Mr. Weigel. Hold on one second. Mr. Weigel, you are unmuted.
Hi, it's Ms. Weigel.
Ms. Weigel, sorry about that.
That's okay. So yeah, the existing sign that has been there for probably decades already exceeds the 25 square foot variance. It equals 34.9 square feet. And you know, now that we're the proud owners of that building, we did want to add our name to it and keep the existing signage as part of it. So we did need to increase the size that is allowed.
Okay, very well. Was there anything additional you'd like to add to your application this time?
Not at this point. If it, if we need to get letters of support, we could provide those, but we did not get those for today.
Very well. I think you're in good shape. The board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day. Now I will call. There are 3 cases. All the next 3 cases, they're being represented by the same appellant, involve similar issues. So first case is 2021-162, 234 North Cary, North Cary Street LLC. I understand Ms. Hecker will be presenting the appellant today. Also case number 2021-163, 238 North Cary, same appellant, same representation. And case number 2021-164, 236 North Cary, again, same appellant, same representation. And these all address the use of these premises as multifamily dwelling consisting of 5 dwelling units, variance required for off-street. So it's 234, 236, 238 North Cary. And I'll hear any reports we have, planning and staff.
Planning Department has reviewed all 3 applications and has no objection to approval of each of them.
So all 3 are seeking to use the premises as a multifamily dwelling consisting of 5 dwelling units in an OR1 district. Each one requires a minimum lot area variance as well as an off-street parking variance. The minimum lot area variance, what is required is 2,475 square feet. What's being proposed is 2,000 square feet. So a 475 square foot variance is requested for lot area. 5 spaces will be required for each. 2 spaces are proposed. Therefore, a 3-space variance would be required for each of the properties. So Ms. Hecker, correct me if I'm wrong on any of that.
Good afternoon, Caroline Hecker again on behalf of the applicant, standing in for Justin Williams today. That is correct. The 3 buildings are identical. This came about, they're currently used for residential use on the 2nd and 3rd floors, 2 units on each floor in each dwelling unit, each row house structure. The 1st floor of each of the buildings was used collectively as a medical office until recently. When that tenant left, the current owner decided that the better use for the property would be as an additional dwelling unit on the 1st floor of each of the 3 buildings. So what we're really doing is adding 1 unit to each of the 3 buildings. We've met with the community association, they support it, and we've submitted a packet of exhibits that you should have in your record as well. So I can answer any questions you may have.
And in addition, we have letters of support for all 3 from Franklin Square Community Association in the packet.
I don't believe there are any questions for you, Ms. Hecker, but I can tell you that the board, having heard your appeal and reviewed your submitted information, I believe you have sufficient information to approve your appeal.
Thanks very much.
So the next one, I believe, is for 166. We have 4 people who have popped up in the chat who now oppose. We did not have any opposition to this application prior to the hearing. So I guess if we want to get through the rest on the consent docket, this one will have to be moved to the regular docket.
Right, we'll do that. We'll call case number 2021-171, 713 North Duncan Street. The appellant is Miretu Tedeschi. This matter involves requested variance to bulk yard regulations related to the construction of a 2-story rear addition. I don't hear any reports we have from planning and staff.
Planning Department has no comment on this application.
Oh, wait, we're on Cary Street. No, wait, sorry. We're on Foster Ave. Oh, all right, sorry about this. Duncan. Ooh, all right. Made my way all the way through. All right, 713 North Duncan. Again, construct a one-story rear addition, minimum rear yard setback, variance required is 20 feet, 7 feet are proposed, would be a 13-foot request. And let me find our applicant here. All right, so I have a Miretu Tedeschi. If you are here for 2021 171 713 North Duncan, either please raise your hand or I will start to go through the call-in users. All right, so I'll be going through the call-in users right now for this particular application. So if you are here for 713 North Duncan, please speak up after you hear 2 beeps.
Here, can you hear me?
Hello? Yes, are you here for 713 North Duncan?
Yes, ma'am.
And your name?
Maratu Tedeschi.
Would you mind spelling that, please?
Mihretu. Last name is Tadesse.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Tedeschi, sir, is there anything you'd like to add to your application at this time?
No, we're requesting an addition of 7 feet in the rear. No additional comment.
Okay, terrific. The board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Moving on to case number 2021-178, 301 through 303 South Conkling Street. The appellant is Sean Harvey, Esquire. This is a request to use a portion of the ground floor as a neighborhood commercial establishment. Here are any reports we have from planning and staff.
Planning Department has reviewed this application and recommends approval. Thank you.
Again, conditional use neighborhood commercial establishment, last authorized use was an office on the ground floor. There's dwellings above. The applicant submitted a petition with 323 signed individuals in support for this application. I've made Mr. Harvey a panelist and he is unmuted.
Good afternoon, Ms. Byrne. Sean Harvey, 309 South Conkling Street. I'm the applicant in this matter. Also, I represent the tenant who intends to have a neighborhood retail commercial establishment, which is an authorized conditional use in this R8 zone. As you mentioned, it was previously used as an office. I think it was in 2017. Before that, it was actually a beauty salon. When I first came to this office in 1996, it was a beauty salon. So it has had a history of commercial use. We're asking that it be that the conditional use be authorized as retail commercial establishment. Miss Jenny Ramos will be running it, and she will be selling clothing, which she will purchase in Central America, and she'll also be selling other items like jewelry and other such merchandise. She understands that she's not authorized to sell any tobacco products, and she has no intention of doing so. We're asked that you favorably consider this application.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Appreciate that additional information. The board, having heard your appeal, we believe we have sufficient information to approve your appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Right. Great day.
You too.
So now we do not have Sabrina, and we have 3 on the regular docket. One that's on the regular docket is Foster Avenue, which we have support, but planning has opposition.
Okay. So there's a for those who are affected in these contested cases going forward, there's a different rule that applies when you have 3 board members. When we have 5, we actually presently staff 4, and one of our board members, I believe, is still in trial, right? Can't be here. So in the circumstance where we have 3 board members, the vote to approve any application must be unanimous. Because that's a rule that's only arises when there are 3 board members, give the appellant the opportunity to postpone the matter until such time as there are more than 3 board members, so that you're not required to get unanimous approval in order to have your approved. The opposition may request a postponement as well, but it has to be 3-0. That would be the required vote in order for the appeal to be granted. So, if you are prepared to go forward and would like to go forward under those circumstances, do so. However, if you wish to postponement, whether you're the appellant or the opposition, please let us know when I call the case. Right? So we will go back to 2021-166. We now have opposition. That is case number 2021-166. The address is 3837 Park Heights Avenue. The appellant is Holy Nativity St. John Development Corporation / Merrick Thompson. And this appeal addresses a variance to bulk yard regulations related to the construction of a new 2-story attached dwelling that will contain 2 dwelling units. Here, any reports we have from planning and staff before we hear from
Mr. Chairman, they're going ahead?
Oh,
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, wow, actually,
well,
what?
I've got Merrick Thompson, who is the applicant, who is now unmuted.
Mr. Thompson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Did you hear my little speech regarding the circumstance regarding 3 board members requiring a unanimous vote for approval?
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
We're prepared to go on.
Okay. I guess maybe we could ask Katie if because the opposition has the opportunity to request a vote as well.
Okay, we have several, let's see, I think Miss Matthews was the first person to register her opposition, so I will move Miss Matthews. I will make her a panelist and unmute her. Miss Matthews?
Yes, how you doing?
Yeah, ma'am, at this point, I just want to ask, are you prepared to go forward with the 3 board members?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so Miss Matthews, I'll go ahead and mute you. We'll do the reports, and then Mr. Thompson gets to go first.
Is this now or 2:30?
It's
This
now.
is now.
Okay, cool.
How you doing? I say we're necessarily would do.
Oh,
you're right.
Mr. Thompson, hold on. We got to get the reports read into the record for planning and staff, then we'll hear from Mr. French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Planning Department has reviewed this application, noted that this proposal is consistent with the Park Heights Urban Renewal Plan and is recommending approval of the application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So the note is that this property is only 22 feet wide, with the side yard setbacks. If it were fully enforced, the lot would be unimprovable. The minimum interior side yard setback requested, it says 15 feet is required, 0 feet is proposed. Same thing, this is another, that was on the northwest side. On the southeast side, again, same thing, 15 feet required, but in this instance, 5 feet is proposed, so a 10-foot variance. So on the northeast side, maximum 15-foot variance requested. On the southeast side, a 10-foot variance is requested. So, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, we're requesting like a zero size setback on both sides.
Okay.
Because
Go ahead, sir.
in order, in order to do, we're doing a manufactured house. In order to do it, you can't have, there's no setback. There will be no setback be allowed. Because we don't, because the way it's manufactured at the manufacturing company, which is a licensed company by the state of Maryland, it's set up that no setback is necessary. So other than that, I mean, our only question is what was at this present moment is.
We'll get to the opposition and what their issue is. Typically, when we have a contested case, it's tell us about your project. I understand it's a new 2-story detached dwelling, and you just described, I guess, the kind of home it's being manufactured.
Yes, it's a modular home, so it's going to be doing like Apex modular, and that's the reason why we need a 0-yard setback. As you see by the pictures, it's going to be consistent. The property will be consistent with the neighborhood in reference to West Allison's features, because it's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, living room, dining room, and kitchen, along with on first floor and the second floor, with a porch on both levels.
And just one other thing to note, we did receive a letter in support from Christopher Crockett, president of the SDKG Neighborhood Association.
Thank you for that. Any questions for Mr. Thompson at this point?
Yeah, Mr. Thompson, do you plan to do more modular homes in Park Heights?
Oh, yes, that's our goal. It's necessarily to bring the modular into the community. It's a more efficient way to necessarily bring homes in, and it's brand new. It won't be rehab, but it will be brand new housing for the community. We definitely do plan on doing it. That's our goal.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. You will get the last word on this after we hear from the opposition. Okay.
Thank you.
So who do we have?
I guess we'll start back with Ms. Matthews. Ms. Matthews?
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So my opposition is that, one, I am familiar with St. John's Nativity Development Corporation, because they have some artwork inside of our community as well. But my opposition is that they're making plans for this area, but without talking to the people who actually live around here. Mr. Christopher Crockett has been ill for the last year and a half. So it's just very stressful when a lot of the people in the neighborhood don't even know what's going on right there. Unlike, I can say, developers like NHP who've held full forums with their entire community to let us know, what's going on with their development plans and this, that, and the third. But, I've never, seen them reach out to the community as far as to let us know what's going to be there, what is a modular home, how 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom quick setup homes can be benefit from us in this area that live here already.
Okay. Are you part of the community association?
Sorry.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. For which we have the letter of support.
From one organization right there, I think.
Well, I think you're breaking up. I could be breaking up myself, but I understand we have a letter of support from I guess the Applicant Community Association in which this property is sought to be built.
Is there one letter from one community organization in that neighborhood?
Well,
I
that's what
mean, is
I'm asking.
PHR give a letter of recommendation? The PCDA. There's other organizations that are in that area and walking mile radius. Did the Candy Stripers know about this? Was Plantation Park Ice reached out to about this? There's several different organizations that are in that same area. Safe Streets. It's other organizations other than SDKG.
Who sent in the letter of support?
SDKG.
Thank you.
And what is that? Ms. Byrne, what SK, say that again?
SDKG.
PHR is the real estate brokerage firm for the area.
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Matthews?
I just want, when people want to come in and develop our communities, for them to let us know and reach out to us to find out what we want. Do 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom suffice in these areas when people have 3 and 4 and 5 children? You know, are those homes going to be big enough? What is going to be put in those homes? Baltimore is a city that has suffered from lead paint before. You know, we have questions that we want to know, you know, that need to be answered.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to the next, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more people. Okay. All right, I guess we'll go here with Mr. Myers next. Ms.
My name
Myers?
is Maya Myers.
Yes,
Hello.
Ms. Myers.
I'm here to speak alongside with Miss Matthews. I would like to say that first off, can everyone hear me?
We can. Go ahead,
Okay.
ma'am.
I would just like to say that it is very important, like what Miss Matthews said, that we have contractors that come into these communities and actually speak and have conversations with those that currently live in these communities to understand what they need and to understand if what they are trying to implement into these communities will be accessible to them. It's been very noticeable that in a lot of major cities, including Baltimore, that there are a lot of contractors that come into these communities and they create things that they say are affordable and are accessible to all, and it will oftentimes not be accessible to those that currently live in these communities that they are trying to utilize. Plantation Park Heights, for example, is a very good asset to the community, and they've provided a very close connection, notifying the community that, hey, we are here for you, things of that nature. But it becomes an issue when there are contractors that decide to go into this community and do not say anything and notify us that, hey, we're creating some type of home or something of that sort, but don't have the answer to whether or not those people in that community will be able to receive that type of, asset, which is the home. So my questions would be is, do these people that are coming into this community who would like to build a home actually have conversations with those that live in this community? Do they know what the people in this community need? Have they ever met someone, or do they know someone that lives in that community before they decide to create something that may or may not be accessible? And potentially, because it's been stated by Mr. Thompson that there are, I guess, talks about creating more properties within that community. Will these properties be accessible to those that live in the community? Because it will no longer be a positive asset. It will be a negative asset, causing those people that make this community the way it is a thing of the past. So, and if these questions cannot be answered, then it's not going to be helpful. There's a reason why people come into these communities to feel at home, to feel safe, but it becomes an issue when nobody can feel that because of the fact that these contractors will like to go in and create these things for their personal profit.
Hey, let me interrupt the opposition. I'm sorry. Are there any questions of? Sorry, who's speaking? Is it Ms. Matthews?
It was Miss Myers.
Ms.
Hello.
Myers?
Ms. Myers, yes.
Anyone have any questions of Ms. Myers at this point?
No.
Okay, let me just ask you, Mr. Thompson, because you're here. You have a letter of support, and I don't see it.
It came today.
Okay, because that's why I don't see it. That organization, did you speak with folks in that organization?
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson. Go ahead, try again. You were muted.
Okay, yeah, we spoke to the head of the organization, and you gotta understand, we are not like we're out in some different country or something, or another state. We're in 4330 D Pimlico Road. We're less than a quarter mile away from there, less than that. So when and we've been there since 2007. So we're not like we're out of the neighborhood. This is our neighborhood just as much as anything else. We have other lots in that area also. So we got this from Vacant to Value a while back, and our discussion with the neighborhood has been ongoing since then. I understand it seems like I'm not sure what group this is, but we have spoken to Park Heights Renaissance. We've spoken to other groups, and we spoke to the area. By our project is something that's been discussed before, and it's also consistent with Renaissance Road that is being built just down the street from there. So we're very consistent with the neighborhood.
One thing. So I know that you have done development in here because the artwork that none of the elementary school students or the community children were included in flies up and down the street, and y'all repeatedly come fix it. I felt like that should have been another project that y'all should have been inclusive of the children and the families that live in the community, so that when they walk past the artwork, they can have a sense of appreciation created and say, hey, that obelisk has my handprints on it, or hey, that has my face on it, or hey, that has my cousin's flowers painted on it. But because there was no connection with the community, and I understand you have one letter from SDKG, did PHR give you a letter of support? You know, you haven't reached out to several organizations and walking mile distance of that, you know, just like you are. And you said you've been in the community since 2007. I mean,
I would like to say something.
Now, hold on. The
Hold on.
chair is the one who lets people talk and not talk. So if you are in opposition, he has asked Mr. Thompson to speak right now. So please hold on until he says yes that you can speak. So right now, the only person that's allowed to speak is Mr. Thompson.
Well, and I wanted to give Mr. Thompson an opportunity to at least, I know we have the B letter of support. I wanted to know, I now know who that letter is from, and what role that organization plays in the community where this property is going to go up. I'm hearing a lot more, but Mr. Thompson, I'll give you an opportunity to speak at the end, but I thought it was important that we hear from you with a lot of the opposition going to this issue, which the first two have.
But the
But
question of obelisk, it's a local. I didn't mean to cut you, sir. But the rest of the obelisk, I'm not understanding the reason. It's some local artists that did that artwork. It's just basically the obelisk it's not particularly anything. It's just some local artists that did that locally. So I'm not sure the exact reason for. I still don't understand what the opposition is stating.
okay,
I mean, right now, my basic concept
we'll
is
hear
that
from them more.
we're trying to build. I didn't mean to cut you again. We're trying to build houses for the community, places not just for necessarily somebody with a lot of, but somebody for him and his wife and his child can have some place safe. And since it's brand new, there's no question of lead paint or anything else. There's no question of necessarily having any kind of necessarily row house scenarios with it. This property will be brand new from the manufacturer. So I still don't understand what the opposition is, but go ahead. I do apologize.
All right, I thank you because I asked you to speak, so it's actually a bit out of order, but I want to at least get an interim response before I give you the final word. So we'll hear the rest of the opposition, and again, you'll have an opportunity to have the final word. So
just so everybody knows, as we're going to go through, if you have put your name in the chat that you're in opposition, you'll be called on in order. So far, we've gone through Ms. Matthews, Ms. Myers. So everybody else who has either raised their hand or put in opposition, you will go through one at a time. You will only have one opportunity to speak. There will not be a back and forth. So please say what it is that you need to say, and we will not be able to we won't be unmuting you again unless the chair specifically asks to hear from you. Okay, all right, so we're gonna go to Mr. Ramsey next. Mr. Ramsey, you're unmuted. Mr. Ramsey? Okay, Mr. Ramsey, if you would please, it appears that we can't hear you. If you would please go ahead and type in the chat what your opposition is, and I will go ahead and read that to the board. In the meantime, we're going to move to Ms. Washington.
Let me also state, before we hear from Ms. Washington, to the extent your opposition is anything different than what has been stated, and what we've heard thus far is concern about the lack of communication and lack of notice and discussion with the community and various community organizations, surrounding community organizations, about what the applicant is doing or seeking to do. So we understand that. We don't need duplicate testimony regarding that issue. If there's something new, please raise that so that we. Thank you.
And
Go ahead.
please do not put anything in the Q&A. Please put it in the chat because I can't see both of them at the same time. Okay. Ms. Washington, you're unmuted.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm going to refer to the property as the Field of Dreams because that's what I know the property of. I'm speaking on the behalf of the Plantation Park Heights. That's the organization that I volunteer with. So I am a resident of the 21215 area, and I also go to Morgan State University. I volunteer at Plantation Park Heights almost every day, and my first time visiting the farm was in 2018. The farm is considered part of the Field of Dreams is considered part of the farm to us and the people in the community. We consider that part of the farm. Before 2018, I never saw, let alone visited a farm in Baltimore. But after my first experience, I was excited. I started visiting the farm every day, and I started growing vegetables, learning about the vegetables, learning about how there's different things that we grow. We grow different herbs and how it affects our health, how to stay healthy and all them things. Which I can't understand is why anyone would want to take a part of our land from us. And yes, I'm considering our land, that's the land of the Plantation Park Heights, and everybody in Park Heights, the children, all of that. We come to that land every day to play, to farm, to talk to each other, to figure out what's going on. In March of 2020, my friend was shot at a gas station right across the street from my house. When I found out he died, I wanted to be left alone, but I didn't want to be cooped up in the house. So I went to the Field of Dreams that was filled with sunflowers and cucumbers at the time, and I cried and I listened to the nature. Being there gave me a sense of comfort and peace. And gave me a safe place to mourn my friend, which was surrounded by people I love. Unfortunately, my friend is not the first nor the last person to pass away in Baltimore. In Park Heights, a lot of people die every day. And a lot of these people that are dying, they're under the age of 21. They're children. Nobody comes and talks to the children and asks them, your friend died. What can we do to comfort you, to give you therapy, to help you out? The Plantation Park Heights, that's what they do. They give you therapy. They tell you how to move on from that, how to not try to seek revenge or go there or go there. No, you go home and you talk. You go to the farm and you plant and you get in touch with your roots and your soil. When COVID hit, kids was forced to stay home and do their schooling online. Most parents in Park Heights did not have the luxury of working from home, and a lot of their kids closed down. So some of them kids had to be in the house by themselves during the school day. When they left their home, when school was over, they came to the farm and we watched them. We fed them. We made sure they ate. We made sure they could cook or have somebody to talk to, make sure they did their homework and everything. None of y'all people, even the guy who said that he been there since 2007, he didn't go to them kids and make sure they ate, made sure they did their schoolwork, made sure they bettered themselves.
Let me interrupt you for a second. Are you suggesting that this is an active farm that's being used on which this property is sought to be built?
It's not. The farm is multiple areas in Park Heights.
Well, we're talking about
if you go behind Keeper.
Hold on. We're talking about 3837 Park Heights Avenue.
Yes.
What is it? What's that issue for 3837?
In 2019 to 2020, we was growing cucumbers there. We was growing sunflowers there. Y'all cut it down. Y'all mowed it down.
Okay, ma'am. I wanted you to focus on this lot.
That's the lot I'm speaking of, sir. I said y'all mowed the sunflowers down.
Okay, and what's the issue with the
issue with y'all building apartments there is the fact that children, we played it, we farmed it, we used that for the kids. We don't that's not adding value. When y'all building apartments, y'all just want to take our money. They don't have money for that. They have places to live at. It's vacant buildings there. It's multiple vacant buildings that y'all can renovate into apartments. It's actually an apartment that's being built down the street where the liquor store is. So again, it's already apartments. That's not what that community needs. The community needs a place for the children to chill, for the children to not be focused on violence, to not be focused on trying to find some place where they gonna eat at, where they gonna find money at, so they can provide for themselves. That's
So
my point.
your concern is that it should remain green space as opposed to building construction on it.
Yes, it should be a safe haven instead of building construction. It should be there for a safe haven for the children, like how it already is.
Okay, I understand.
That was my point.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
So Mr. Ramsey actually was in support. He is a member of the design team, states that they took great care to emulate the character of the existing structures in the community with modern materials. We feel that these proposed structures will be a positive addition to the neighborhood. So that was one in support from Mr. Ramsey. In addition, Mr. Thompson, if you could please, if you have any new drawings that you need to submit that shows 0 lot lines on both sides, please do so. And let's see, so now next we will go to Will Hanna.
I said, let me.
Mr. Hanna?
They don't even know. They don't even know.
Mr. Hanna?
Oh.
Mr. Hanna?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. This is Will Hanna. I'm the chairman and CEO of the New Park Heights Community Development Corporation. And I speak in opposition to this this project. One, because this the current farm that's here, Plantation Park Heights, is an asset to this community. And what we are not prepared to do is, one, have a project that's come in that has not spoken, one, with the Park Circle Improvement Association, which is the community association, and that has not spoken with, gotten the support of the community, of the larger community organizations in this community, being us as a CDC, Park Heights Renaissance as a CDC, the elected officials who may have not or have not informed us that they were aware of this project or in their support or opposition to the project. And I'm not saying it's not a good project. What I'm saying is, let's see if we can work together to find another location for this project and put it somewhere that's not in an area that is an asset to this community that's been here for years.
Okay, and you're speaking specifically with regard to 3837 Park Heights Avenue.
Absolutely. I'm actually standing here.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
I
sir.
appreciate it.
All right, so next individual will be Sage Cisco. Hello?
My name is Sage Sissoko, and I'm on the behalf of Plantation Heights, the farm that I volunteer on. I'm 15 and I'm going into the 10th grade, and I've been at the farm for 2 years now. I am the farmer's market manager at the farm, and the farm is here to help educate, especially for Black and brown children in the community and in Baltimore City. It is important for youth to learn how to grow food, especially with processed grocery stores and in our fruits and vegetables that we buy daily. Secondly, these environmental changes that we are facing, such as the pandemic and climate change, will make it almost mandatory for us to grow our own food. The last thing that I would like to address is how the farm impacts children and adults in the Park Heights community as well as Baltimore City. The plantation has 2 markets that we attend, the Druid Hill Market and the Johns Hopkins Market, as well as our own market on Saturdays. At these markets, we sell fresh produce that are grown by Black and brown children here, and we educate people about our mission at the farm and the vegetables that they are eating, as well as how to cook them. Nothing that you put in this space will impact the children and adults as much as the community and the plantation does, because you really aren't the ones outside every day talking to the people in community. You're not the ones putting your hands in the soil or making soup with the vegetables that we grow here in the garden, and I feel like that's why we need this space to continue with our mission and continue to help and learn, be the person to express themselves and to pursue their hobbies here at the farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Next one is Brian Lane. Mr.
Hello.
Lane?
It's Bria.
Bria, I'm
Lane.
sorry.
Miss. Yeah, thank you.
Miss Lane. Mhm.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of the Plantation Park Heights in opposition of Mr. Thompson's building. I just want to point out a discrepancy in what he said. He said that building the homes there would benefit this specific neighborhood because they're creating homes for families. But if you've been in this specific neighborhood, you would know that the people in this neighborhood have homes. There are generations and generations and generations of families in this neighborhood. There are kids who live with their mothers, fathers, grandmothers, grandfathers, great grandmothers, great grandfathers. So these people have homes. They don't need homes. That's not a benefit to this community. They have homes. And if you've been in this community, as you've said, and you've been talking to the people, as you said, you would know that the mission amongst a lot of the groups in this community is to build connections. That's what we're trying to benefit, is to build connections. These children, they don't need homes. As I've stated, they live with generations and generations and generations of their family. They have homes, they have families, but what they do need, as Cameron stated, is a safe haven. So that your building won't benefit this community. They need a safe haven where they can come and build connections with people and be able to do their homework, be fed, have someone to talk to. Your mission doesn't align with the mission of other groups in the community. And the discrepancy in which you said, as I've stated, is that that's how that would benefit our community, is that it would give people homes, but we have homes in this community. What we do lack is a sense of self in this community, and that's what we need, and that's what the farm is giving these children, and that's what many other Candy Stripe is giving these children, a sense of self, a sense of pride. Having new people come into this community and being uncomfortable walking through back and forth with new people that you don't know, when you already have a home in this community with people that you already know and have been around for years, is uncomfortable, and it does not align with the wants and needs of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller is, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, Ayodele Laverne.
Hi, my name is Ayodele Lavo, and I'm also a part of the Plantation Park Heights. I just wanted to, also state that I am in opposition of this request, and just to say that I also agree with what has been said so far in terms of the farm is a very huge asset to the community. Not only do we, teach children about growing your own food, especially during a time like this, where, COVID, not many people have access to fresh foods and fresh vegetables, and even the knowledge of how to provide for yourself. So to be sharing that knowledge to children and families in this community is of the utmost importance. Food security is like, one of the most important things to have in a community. So I think that's already, the pinnacle of our statement is like, we are the number one asset to this community. And so anything else that comes is not going to, benefit as much as we are trying to do. And not only do we provide food security, but we also, like Cam said, like Bree said, like Sage stated, are a safe haven, for kids to come and learn about nature. And we also partner with the schools, because the schools, not everybody gets an opportunity to be educated about, green spaces, about how to, be a part of nature and, use that for your benefit. We also, provide, or are a part of our mission would be to provide wraparound services. Ms. Tiara Matthews is an absolute gem to the community and make sure that everyone has, housing security, and also make sure that we are supportive of each other in that area as well. So we also, you know, did workshops in terms of making sure that during COVID that people had, you know, relief, and doing certain workshops to make sure that we are looked after. So we are more than just a farm, we are a community, and we also have connections. So I don't think that, you know, removing us from the field of dreams is going to be beneficial more than we already are. So that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Looks like we have one more, Courtney Edwards. Ms. Edwards?
Hello, how are you all? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I was questioning the housing. Everyone says, oh, we're putting housing in the neighborhood to make the housing. What about jobs? How do people
Excuse me?
supposed to pay for the houses if they don't have jobs? My number one question. How do people pay for houses if they don't have jobs? How about we put more jobs in the community than putting houses so people can have jobs to pay for the houses?
Okay,
That's all I have to say.
thank you. Is that it for opposition? We have more callers. You're muted, Katie.
Sorry, thank you. We have only 2 call-in users. If you're here on 2021-166, and you hear 2 beeps, please speak. Okay, next one. All right, so that's it.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, do you or the entity that's building this, obviously they own the property, own the lot?
Yes, we do own the lot. When we
When did you
originally
purchase the lot?
we purchased the lot back in 2019. But when we bought the lot, right, one of the concepts we wanted for vacant value, one of the perspectives was that they were not putting they didn't want to put any more farming on Park Heights main street. So behind there is PHR, but on not PHR, it is pardon me, it is the farm behind there. But the concept is this: is that on the main line, which is what is the main street, is that Vacant Valley did not want to put any more farming there. That was one of the reasons why they sold it to us. So they wanted to build up. They wanted to strengthen the Park Heights main corridor with housing and strong quality housing, and that was their goal. I mean, in listening to this argument, I didn't see anything that necessarily defined what we were doing as being negative to the community. St. John's community has, pardon me, Holy Nativity also has a daycare center, and we also run Sankofa on Pimlico. Did you hear something?
Really, thank you so
Whoever
much.
has the
No
line,
problem. Thank you. You have a great day.
ma'am, could you mute your phone? I don't know who's still on the line. I think the last caller.
So our goal is it's not only build up Park Heights, but to build up Baltimore. We're trying to necessarily have Baltimore have strong housing, strong places where people can live. Because I understand that we have farms, all right, but a good house to go home to, a new house with new appliances, new everything is something that people need today, and especially in Baltimore at this present moment.
Thank you, sir. Any additional questions for Mr. Thompson?
Yeah, Mr. Thompson, have you previously built homes in Park Heights?
No, we have not.
What is your expected rent to be?
Estimated about $1,200.
Okay.
That's it's going to go market rent. We're going to compare. We're going to keep our prices to.
How large is the farm that is referenced? Hello?
It is behind us, in the alley behind us.
Is it actually on the lot that?
It's not on the lot at all. It's not on the lot at all.
Oh.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, ma'am. No more comments, please. Mr. Thompson has the final discussion.
It's not on a lot at all. It's not even. Exactly. It's about. It's in the back in the alley. About about 4 houses down, 4 properties down.
If it'll
It's not
help,
on a lot at all.
I'll do a screen share so the board can see it. So this is the lot.
Yes.
Okay, could you do that? Okay. Do the lot again?
Right here.
Okay.
Where is it?
Here. It's right here. Can you see my cursor?
Gotcha.
So it's this one right here.
And where's the farm?
Is this the farm back here, sir?
Yes.
Where the green is Marion City Council property.
Right, but they're using it as a farm presently, but it's not but it's not even owned by a particular farm. It is Marion City Council.
Okay, and Mr. Thompson, do you know who owns the lots to the those other 3 lots towards Keyworth?
We own all those lots.
They own all these lots.
The city sold all of those to you for housing?
Yes, for housing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, that's going to conclude 2021-166. We'll pick that up at the end of the regular docket.
Okay, it looks like Sabrina's joined us, so.
Welcome. So we'll move on to Foster Avenue.
Okay.
2021-167, 3326 through 3328 Foster Avenue. The appellant is David Tobosh, and this addresses a variance related to the construction of a rooftop deck on the existing tavern. Now here, reports from planning and staff.
Thank you. Planning Department received this application or copy of it. Noted that this was referred by zoning administration for consideration by the board. Zoning administration determined that this was an expansion of a non-conforming use in the R8 zoning district. This property is in the R8 zoning district. The last recorded use and the current use is a tavern, which is a non-conforming use in the R8 zoning district. And in this situation, the zoning code limits non-conforming uses to the extent that it prohibits expansion of a non-conforming use. The applicant is proposing to add 345 square feet in the form of a 15-foot by 23-foot deck atop the roof of the 3rd floor level near the front of the existing building, although set back 11 feet 6 inches from the facade of the building. Access to that proposed rooftop deck would be a stairway from the existing rooftop deck on the rear portion of the 2nd floor level of the premises. And planning notes that subsection 18-302 of the zoning code prohibits expansion of a non-conforming use in any manner, and notes specifically the language, nor may any structure be erected or expanded unless the land use and the structure are made to conform to the regulations of the district. This would not be the case here. Adding 345 square feet of open floor area to the existing non-conforming tavern use would constitute an expansion and should be disapproved. And therefore, the department is recommending disapproval.
Again, it is currently a non-conforming use. Basically, what's before the board is to make a determination as to whether or not a deck is considered an expansion of a non-conforming use. It is outside the structure, not inside the structure. It's the construction of a deck. So it's before the board to make that determination. If you approve, that means that you've made a determination that it's not an expansion of a non-conforming use. If you deny, that means you've determined that it is an expansion of a non-conforming use based on the code section. We have 3 letters in support from Alex Papyrus, who is at just down the street. We have another one from Keith Begabout. We have another one from Michael Holmberg. Let's see, and we have a consent agreement with the or an MOU with the Canton Community Association. And I believe that Nate Predel is here for the community. So for the applicant.
Katie, do you know the name of the tavern?
I should know that. Hold on. It's the Chaser, Chasseur.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Mr. Predel, you are a panelist and you're unmuted.
Good afternoon. So Nate Predel, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, and I believe also as an attendee, the operator, Brian Eder, is here as well. Maybe he could be moved to a panelist. But the first thing I will address is the non-conforming use issue. And I'm not sure that I agree with planning's analysis as well as the zoning administrator. And all you have to do is look at some of the existing permit search provided through housing. See, the last occupancy permit, the first thing it says use as restaurant/tavern. Yeah, and there have been several actions, both at the zoning board, building permits, as well as occupancy permits issued since Transform Baltimore took effect that refer to this as primarily a restaurant, as well as a tavern. And throughout the last generation, some of these terms are used almost interchangeably. And knowing that a restaurant is a distinct and different land use classification other than a tavern. However, the operation of this establishment is more in line with a restaurant. They have about 3 times as many seats for patrons of the restaurant to sit as they do bar seats. They have an executive chef. They have a curated, upscale menu. And the owners, they also own an establishment a few blocks away called Pig and Rooster, which they sort of market as their dive bar tavern that also happens to sell food, whereas this is the restaurant. I mean, you can go to their website, and the first thing up is a bunch of pictures of people sitting and eating at the restaurant. In addition, the applicant worked closely with the Canton Community Association and has a signed and executed memorandum of understanding, and that these seats that will be added in this proposed roof deck will not function as a bar, but solely as a restaurant. There'll be people to be seated, and there's explicitly there's no bar included as part of the request here. So one, and I view this more as a conditional use to the existing, what I would consider a neighborhood commercial establishment. Granted, that has not been given neighborhood commercial establishment approval because this existed prior to that provision as part of Transform Baltimore. And so, I'll let Mr. Eder, if it's all right, say a few words about it. But again, we don't necessarily see this as a non-conforming use based on the way that it operates and its prior history, both practical as well as permitted through zoning and housing. I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
And just a side note, we have 2 people in the chat who would like to testify in opposition. So I guess anybody else here for the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Brian Eder, I see he's a panelist.
Mr. Eder?
Yes, I am here. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time. Yes, I am the managing partner and part owner of the restaurant. And what we're looking to do is we have outside tables already. We have a permit for outside tables, 7. Most of the time, those 7 outside tables are filled, and we don't have any more space outside for more tables for people who are still COVID weary and don't want to be inside. We're not looking to put a bar on the rooftop. We just want to provide 6 more 6-top tables so that we have more space for people who want to sit outside without making our imprint on the neighborhood bigger. If you go to the Canton Square or down to Fells Point, they have tents up. They've taken the sidewalks and parking. We're not looking to do that. We're just looking to build up and give our patrons 6 more tables worth of outdoor space to sit and eat safely. And that's really all that we're looking to do.
Mr. Eder, what else is in the memorandum of understanding?
Well, we already, when the third floor was put on, which was prior to me becoming a part owner, a third floor was added to the restaurant. And with that third floor, all on two sides of the restaurant, there are garage doors that are 8 by 12. They all roll up and open. So from opening, on weekdays, we open at 4, and we keep those doors open from 4 to 10. In the memorandum before I bought in, we agreed that the doors would be closed because we're residential by 10 o'clock to keep the noise down and keep our impact on the neighborhood as minimal as possible. So the Canton Community Association's only concern was that we would close the rooftop deck if it were to be approved also at 10 o'clock so that we could have people off of there and not be a burden to the neighborhood with noise, late at night.
Okay, thank you.
We have actually someone had a question in the chat, I think, before we get to opposition. Do you have blueprints to show how the rooftop bar available for how the bar entrance will be configured? So how will people be getting to the rooftop?
Is that a question for me or for?
Well,
Okay, so there's already an existing deck on the second floor, and so when people go to the third floor, they're going to go out onto that deck, and there will be steps that will go up from there to the rooftop. It's included in the blueprints that we've given.
Thank you. I just thought it'd be easier to say that. So now we have 2 people in opposition. So I will go to.
Katie, can you hang on 1 second?
Sure.
While we have the appellants up there, question for Mr. French. Mr. French, you've heard from Mr. Prettle regarding that, I guess, in form and in actual use, it's more like a conditional use versus non-conforming. Why is that inaccurate, or I'm assuming that's not formally what it is? I mean, could we just look at it and say this is a conditional use?
I would say that if the applicant basically filed a use and occupancy permit application for a restaurant with tavern as accessory use and had that change recorded in the city system, that might resolve a great deal of the question involved here.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we could make a condition that the occupancy permit that would be required, before they opened up would say exactly as Mr. French stated. And I would like to remind the board that the last occupancy permit that was received and is the active occupancy permit that the restaurant/tavern is operating under already says that. The first term on there is restaurant.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. Go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms. Byrne, with regard to the opposition.
That's okay. It looks like we have 3 people here. Let's see. Chris Kerman, be the first person. Hello, Mr. Kerman.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Thank you so much for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. I think my biggest concern is the amount of noise that this may generate. Obviously, up on top of a roof deck, that noise is going to bounce off of everything in this neighborhood. So I think that's the biggest concern I have. Obviously, with the 3 open doors that they currently have on the 3rd level of their restaurant right now, that amount of noise is quite loud on Saturday, especially, and during the week. That noise kind of carries throughout the neighborhood, especially if you're on the Highland side down towards that part of the neighborhood. But I think this is just going to add more to the amount of noise level that's in the neighborhood right now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Katie, you're muted.
Thank you. Next one will be Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt?
Yes, thank you. My concerns are exactly the same. When I saw the petition for posting of a rooftop deck, I was assuming that they were doing a configuration changing the third floor because from my understanding, the third floor was added as originally a rooftop deck with a garage door style. And I recall some documentation that the rolling roof would be able to be removed or rolled back. I guess that was not the case. To add an additional floor to bring it up to 4 stories, where there is considerable noise already, I have no objection to the restaurant, but it does get unusually loud, especially when the 4th or the 3rd floor garage doors are open. They bounce off of the buildings on the opposite side and carries all the way down the neighborhood. I am located on the same street, and it is very loud and confusing sometimes when you can hear and you do not know where the noise is coming from. Is it from the one end all the way on the other side of Foster or some other location? It is loud, and my concern is that adding a rooftop deck would just increase that noise, especially the size of it. I reviewed the schematics, and it is actually taking up the entire footprint of the 3rd floor. So it seems like it's going to be more than just 6 tables. Is that the statement, 6 tables? It does seem a very large area. Most likely there's going to be a congregation of people just wanting to enjoy the weather. I'm all for the restaurant. I love the restaurant. It has great food. It has great a relationship with the community. My concern is more as a homeowner in the area that it is going to present a larger challenge for the community in the sense of noise.
Then we had one additional person, Sarah Webb, who lives next door. She's having problems with her microphone. What she puts in the chat are concerns regarding customers that manage to make it through unsupervised. They tend to throw trash and cause extreme amount of noise. She has also experienced drunk customers making their way close to her deck, and her concern has been the entrance going all the way up to the rooftop and customers throwing debris. So that's from Sarah Webb.
Okay. That's it that we.
And I think that's it for, we only have 2 call-in users. I'll now go to the call-in users. Going to the next caller. All right, so that would be it for opposition and support.
All right, this is back to you, Mr. Prettle, for the final word.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, in regards to noise, and we really appreciate, the comments, from the neighbors. It's nice to hear some of the nice things they say about the restaurant, because it's my understanding, and from my years in Canton, that the Chasseur does have a great reputation and they are good operators. But specifically in regards to the noise, there's a provision in the memorandum of understanding that addresses that with several bullet points. One, that the outdoor seating will on the proposed deck will be ended at 10 p.m. That there will be signs posted notifying patrons of their proximity to residential properties, and requesting that they do their best to keep noise down, and most importantly, that there will be no amplified sound or music at all, on the proposed rooftop deck with the seating. And as well, the number of seats that Mr. Eder testified to, the 6 tables, that will be the number of seats. That's what's on the plans. That's what will be held to should the board decide to grant us approval. And I would urge the board to approve this application, for all of the reasons that both me and Mr. Eder presented. So, and again, if there are any other questions, I'd be happy to answer it. But again, this is, in my opinion, a conditional use based on my prior testimony and the permitting records, and we would continue to represent that on the occupancy permit that would be required should approval be granted.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
We'll move on to,
Before we move on, we have 10 minutes before 2:30.
yeah, I think we have a lot of opposition on this one.
We do. We have community association opposition as well as individuals.
Yeah, so we have two dockets, as Ms. Burns said at the beginning of this hearing. One starts at 30. That was specially set for the matter that must be included today. Not one to initiate another case and then have to leave that one open. So we have two specially set.
We have James, you're breaking up a little bit.
Right. Unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have to relegate this next case, or the remaining case on the docket, 2021-179, 4503 to 4507 Penn, to the next hearing.
To what, Mr. Chair?
The next hearing date.
Which would be Tuesday, September 7th at 1 p.m.
Okay.
So this is case number 2021-179 concerning 4503, 4507 Pennington Avenue.
Yeah, apologize to the parties in that matter, appellants any opposition. But we're carrying over a matter from the last session that have to conclude. And we scheduled the time based on what we prior additional time is. He's pardoned us for that, but we'll have to that'll conclude this portion of that.
So Mr. Zapchak, you're here. I'm gonna just unmute you really quickly. Mr. Zapchak,
Yes.
you're the applicant here for 4503, 4507 Pennington Avenue.
Yes, I am.
All right, again, we apologize, but we are gonna have to move your matter to the September 7th docket. If you could please keep your signs up and change the hearing date to September 7th.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Right. I'm gonna take a few minutes to go to before we get started.
All right, you want to come? We'll come back at 2:30. I think we have about 7 minutes.
When will we take up these two?
Well, why don't we do that? We only have two. You want to do it? We can do that now.
Want to do the deliberations now?
Yeah, let's do them now.
Okay.
I was not here for either of them. My power just went out.
Okay.
That's it.
And they agreed to go forward with 3 members.
Okay.
So.
All right, so the first one was 166, right, which is 3867 Park Heights Avenue. This was variances to both side yard setbacks, 0. Basically going right to the lot line. I think that you could see when we looked at Code Map, they purchased all 4 of the properties from Mayor and City Council of Baltimore, and looks like based on ESTAT, sale date was 4/27/21. So those used to be owned by Mayor and City Council, and all 4 lots were purchased by Holy Nativity and St. John's Development. So the matter that's before the board is variances to side yard setbacks.
Yeah, I thought the gentleman mentioned that he bought it in 2019.
He did say that, and it's possible that he started the process in 2019 and, you know, the deed recording took a long time. Or like if he actually went into contract when they go to, it takes a long time sometimes when you buy property from the city. He said 2019, I mean, and who knows what's happening with ESTAT and how things are getting recorded nowadays.
Sure, right. I know things are getting recorded well after the fact. And also it's vacants to value, so they bought all those properties at the same time. Evidence is what the city's job was or interest was. And actually that plat and the photo that you put up help me orient to where this farm is, whether they, had permitted use of that for the period of time, an extension of the farm, that may be properties. And the city made a deal, so it clearly was in line with what the city wanted to do. I'm a yes for this.
I'm a yes. I'm a yes.
All right.
On to
So then, yeah, then the next one is the one we just heard, Foster Avenue, 2021 167 3326 3328 Foster Avenue.
I would be in favor of it, assuming that they do formally amend the permit, like the conditional they describe.
I agree. Well, I'm in favor of it as long as what we're doing is not cannot be interpreted as allowing an increase in non-conforming use by virtue of a deck. I'm opposed to that. I'm fine with it changing the use if that works, but as long as that's not interpreted or can't be interpreted as allowing an increase in usage by a deck, I'm a yes.
Yeah, actually, I agree with how Frank put it, because I think if it remains as Mr. Frank stated, non-conforming use, I don't think there's any question it's an expansion if you've got people then walking on another 300 plus additional square feet, because it's obviously being used. If the deck wasn't there, people wouldn't be walking on it. So whether it's fully enclosed or not. So on the condition that the permit identification is able to be changed to identify it as a conditional use, with the MOU sort of being incorporated into, I guess, those conditions that the parties agreed to, which is a timing cutoff, no loud music, no amplified music. All those I would agree to that.
Okay, so we want just so that I'm clear. So the requirement is that it changed to a restaurant so that it's not an expansion of a non-conforming use, and that the terms of the memorandum of understanding with community center be incorporated into the board's decision as far as conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right. All right, so we have 2 minutes.
Quick break.
Quick potty break.
Okay.
All right, I'll find Mr. Ramsey. So I guess we've now moved on to our 2:30 dockets. This is 2021 161 4903 4905 York Road. Just to pick up where we left off, we've had a few additional, just to remind the board what we had before. As far as we have approximately 10 to 12 letters in support of the application from a variety of local churches. We also received an additional letter of support from Christy Taylor, who lives along the York Road corridor. Summarizing the letters in opposition, we have approximately 80 letters in opposition, and they include opposition from the following groups: Radnor Winston Improvement, 26 Neighbors in Roland Park, Turnbridge Public Charter School, Kimberly Road, Neighborhood of Lake Walker, Northeast Community Association, Homeland, Radnor Winston Community Garden. There's a petition with 182 signatures in opposition, Rebuilding Together, Rosebank, Bologna, Baltimore Breckenridge Neighborhood Association, York Road Partnership, Guilford Association, following individuals: Aaron O'Keefe with Loyola University, Senator Mary Washington, Chairwoman Delegate McIntosh, and Councilman Conway. And addition, Mr. French, anything to report?
I won't say to report. Planning Department received this application, reviewed it, noted that this property is improved with the two-story commercial building, which is the original funeral home, with a one-story funeral chapel next to it, and notes the board approved the use of this property consolidated with property on Rossiter Avenue for purposes of providing parking. There's a funeral home at a church in 2009, and this basically is a request to modify an existing conditional use in this particular C2 zoning district. And the department has no objection to the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
All right, so we will pick up where we left off with Mr. Ramsay. So I will find Mr. Ramsay. Mr. Ramsay, you are now a panelist, and let me know who else I need to make a panelist as well.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, the first witness will be Doug Bimes. Hopefully he'll be waiting. And I did want to take care of a little housekeeping if I could.
Okay.
And I want to thank you, Ms. Byrne, and members of the board for allowing the second day. And the three witnesses I have will be Doug Bimes. He's an architect. He'll be brief. And then I have the gentleman, Jeffrey Barron from Matthews, the manufacturer. And then Richard King is a real estate expert. Those will be my three. And then everyone else would be rebuttal if necessary. And the housekeeping, I just want to, I tried to keep a list of those exhibits I believe you accepted into evidence. Could I just make sure we're all on the same page?
Sure, and just really quickly, I don't see Mr. Bimes. Could he be in as another person or another name? Or if he could go ahead and put that in the, maybe in a chat so that I can identify him.
Yeah.
Or if he's,
I guess if he could call in, I
he might be
certainly spoke with
calling
him. He said he had the link and was ready to go. And if he's not, I'll just go with the next witness, assuming
Okay.
he's. So you're asking me to chat to him or for him to chat to you?
No, if Mr. If you can hear me, sir, just put in the chat who you're here under so that I can call you. But if you want to confirm your exhibits, that would be great.
We'll do that in the meantime. So I had exhibit 1 was the site plan. I believe that was admitted. And we admit exhibit 3, which would be the witnesses' resumes. Doug Bimes, looks like he's.
Yeah, I found him. He's William Bimes. Okay, no worries.
So I would.
Those are admitted. Go ahead.
Okay, so exhibit 4, I believe the deed was in. 5, the aerial is in. The 6 were the photographs of the site and the neighborhood. I have them as in. 7 is photographs of the Ruck Funeral Home in Towson, crematory, and then exhibit 8 was the Pennsylvania Funeral Home crematory. 9, A through L were 11 letters of support. I have those in. 10 was Dr. Kinslow's report. I do not have 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, or 16 in. 15 or 16 are the 2 new ones. I would propose that we allow exhibit 13, which is just a letter from a gentleman, Mr. Tricoche, who will be a rebuttal witness if needed. That's exhibit 13. That letter was offered because he wasn't available the first day. And then exhibit 14 is, I call it a PowerPoint presentation, and I'll be using that now with Mr. Bimes.
Very well.
All right.
So 13 and 14 are in?
They're in.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Bimes, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you state your name and business address?
Sure. My name is William Douglas Bimes. My address is 8136 Bodkin Avenue in Pasadena, Maryland.
Your occupation, sir?
I am an architect registered in DC, Maryland, and Pennsylvania.
Okay.
And I've been in business. I've been in this business for 41 years, and I've been licensed for 32.
And your resume is part of our exhibit number 3. And I would offer, or before I ask you that, you've had projects in Baltimore City and Baltimore County, is that correct?
Yes, in the last 5-6 years in Baltimore City and County, more in the county, but I've worked with Vaughn Green on a couple buildings in the city and a couple townhouse renovations in Federal Hill and Fells Point. And then a lot of my work's been in Baltimore County. Recently with Vaughn Green, we had just finished a repass hall on Liberty Road. And I've done a couple large tenant improvements along the York Road corridor for clients.
Okay. I'd like to offer Mr. Vimes, based on his credentials and experience as an expert architect.
Architect, I don't know about expert, but yes, I'm an architect, yes.
Thank you. Is he admitted?
He's admitted.
Okay. And Mr. Vimes, you prepared the floor plans that were provided with the application, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I would offer the floor plans that are marked as exhibits 2A through D into evidence.
So admitted.
Okay, and I'm going to show the PowerPoint. If I can do it, I'll try. You need, do I have the baton, Ms. Byrne?
I can give it to you now.
Okay. Ready? See if I can do it this time. Can you all see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see it.
I don't see it.
I don't see it.
All right, Mr. Lanzi, I'm happy to do it.
Okay, I can't figure out why that doesn't work. I'm looking at it.
And we can't see you either, so I don't know if
Yeah, let me, I'm not sure what I should do here.
well, that's okay. As long as we can hear you, and I'll take the ball back. What exhibits you want to look at?
Can you see me now?
No, just your name.
Okay. This should do it.
There we go.
Okay. All right, sorry about that. If you want to take the ball back.
Sure. What exhibit did you need to look
I'm
at?
going to go right to the exhibit 14, which is the last one in the first set.
Great. Which is the PowerPoint?
Yes. And then once in the PowerPoint, I'm going to have you scroll towards the end. Scroll well into it. You'll see elevations should be coming up right there. You go back one or two. Okay. Okay, one more.
Your elevation is the first one.
Yeah, Mr. Vimes, why don't you tell the board what you did in preparing these plans?
Okay, that view that you're showing is from the rear parking lot of the facility facing the existing funeral home. And what we've done is there is a flat roof garage there. It's kind of unsightly, but we are putting a high-pitched roof over top of that flat roof garage with a slate roof to match the existing facility. And then if you see what we created a bell tower look to hide the exhaust flue from the crematorium, and you'll see that in the middle, almost dead middle of the page, is what we created from that. And that's what you see from the parking lot view on the property.
Okay. Can you scroll to the next one, please?
And that is if you were coming out of the chapel or the repass hall at the existing facility, which is the one-story chapel that was mentioned earlier. That is facing the existing funeral home, the two-story space. And on the right half of that drawing, you will see the 12-12 pitch slate roof that we've added on top of the flat garage and the bell tower that we have provided as well.
Next slide, please.
And that's the detail that we're working on. A traditional bell tower will usually have some type of louvered device at the top. It'll be all four sides to mimic a bell tower, is what that's showing.
Next slide, please. Okay, that's just statistics.
Yeah, well, that's also giving us our height. They're only 12 feet above the existing, the roof line of the garage. We will end up being roughly, I want to say 6 to 8 inches less than the existing chimney height that's on the existing building. But you can slide back to that one that shows the 3D rendering. Now, it's impossible in reality to see it this way. The chapel would be blocking your view. But if the chapel were removed, you see the portico share, or where the cars will enter and exit the property. And in the back of that slide, you'll see the bell tower structure over top of the roof that we have provided over the garage.
Next slide.
Again, that's from the parking lot, and that is actually as if you were to walk out of the repast hall at the facility, looking back towards the existing 2-story structure of the original funeral home, and then the roof structure we've put on the existing garage.
And that's it?
That's it.
No need for any more for that exhibit? And I believe that would be all the exhibits for Mr. Bimes. And thank you, Mr. Bimes, for your testimony.
Good. Thank you.
Unless the board has any questions.
You keep referencing the bell tower. Is that like a facade type thing, or?
Oh, it is. It's as you know, most chapels and churches have either a steeple or a bell tower on them. If you want to go back into, I guess I would say the late 18th, early 19th century.
Now my question is there a bell in there or not?
No, there's not. That is to simulate a bell. No, that is where the flue runs from the crematorium.
That's what I figured.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for the testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Bimes. And Ms. Byrne, the next witness would be Jeffrey Barron.
Okay. All right, Mr. Barron, you are now should be a panelist. There you go, and you go ahead and try to unmute yourself.
Okay. We
There we
good?
go.
All right.
Hi, Mr. Barron.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name and your current position?
Sure. My name is Jeff Barron. I'm a representative. I work for the company Matthews International in the Environmental Solutions Division, which is the crematory division of the company.
Okay. And you've been involved in this particular project for Vaughn Green Funeral Home in Baltimore?
Since it started, correct.
Okay. Could you, or how long have you been doing this for Matthews?
Well, I was the Mid-Atlantic representative for the last 5 years.
So you've traveled up and down the East Coast?
Correct. From Kentucky, West Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, and currently represent Alabama, Georgia, and Florida.
So with your experience in obtaining approvals for crematoriums in these different states, is there a difference with the way Maryland or how long Maryland takes to approve the crematoriums compared to the other states?
There sure is. Yeah, Maryland is easily the most stringent and thorough regulatory body with the DEP for sure. A standard time frame on an approval is 8 to 9 months, where most neighboring states you're talking anywhere from 60 days to maybe tops 5 months.
And this one was filed June of 2020, is that correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. Ms. Byrne, could we refer to that PowerPoint exhibit again, number 14?
Where would you like to go?
Okay, just go a little bit past that, and you'll see that right there. Equipment. If you could describe the equipment, its features, technology for the board.
Sure. So the picture that you see here is just sort of a cutout, so you can see the internal features of the same model that is being proposed today, which is what we call a Power Pack 2 Plus. And what you're looking at there is sort of the way the products of combustion travel through the machine. And the reason why we show this in a lot of our literature is this is also used in training, is to show how these machines actually operate and how you load a case into the loading door, which you see on the front there, on the front right of the image. When that is lit and there is combustion, of course, there's products of combustion. And as long as your time and temperature and turbulence are correct, then those products of combustion should cycle through that unit, through that throat area in the back. So you'll see there's an opening in the back wall of that rendering where the red arrows are pointing, and then they go down and they come back towards the front and they circle around the unit. The whole process there is designed to recombust, tumble, all those products of combustion, so that as you see the blue arrow where we're going out the flue, they have been cleaned so that there are no visual emissions and no odor coming after the successful cremation is complete.
Describe the safety features, if you would, briefly, to the board.
Sure. Well, every one of our machines has what we call a pollution monitoring system that would automatically supervise, and it's done through a method of anticipation for environmental control to safeguard against potential pollution. And it's designed to take corrective action automatically without the need for any manual adjustment. And it should be noted, any state that you're in, any cremator violation is always made a public record anyway.
Is there a monitoring in addition to the on-site personnel?
So, sure. So, yeah. So there are several different control systems that you use to operate the machine, and the one that we are proposing here, it uses what we call our Empire control system. And this unit would be connected through the internet to our control system here in Apopka, Florida, which is just a suburb north of Orlando, where we have 24 hours a day, 7 days a week coverage by trained technicians. So any time there is the potential for an event, we have the machine being monitored where alarms are set for not just the operators, not just for management at the funeral home and crematory, but also for our technicians. We're the only company in the world that can actually go in remotely and make adjustments to the air and the gas mixtures to be able to take corrective action, not just to help the environment, but also to help for a more efficient cremation for the operator of the machine.
And is your understanding the equipment is inspected, or that's a requirement, an annual inspection?
Sure. There will be several times. Matthews is the largest service provider in the world, not just the largest manufacturer. In fact, we do more service work in a month than anyone else combined on the planet Earth. And this machine will be visited many, many times during its lifetime, including what we would do as an annual preventative maintenance inspection. And that's an annual inspection that takes about 4 hours to complete. We have the machine shut down for 48 hours prior to these inspections. We go in, we open up all of the after chamber panels underneath the floor, inspect the refractory, clean the unit out. We go up on top and we have a 35-point checklist where we check the gas pressure and the air pressure. We check to make sure all the electrics working, and then we provide a written report with photos and any recommendations we may have so that they can be kept on record at the funeral home, and that's done annually.
Mr. Barron, is it your understanding the application was filed with the State of Maryland Department of Environment as if it would run or operate 12 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Yes, of course. Yeah. Whenever we are going to enter an application for environmental permitting, no matter what state that we're required to do this in, we're always going to err on the side of caution and give you the maximum amount of runtime, the maximum amount of output, because we know even at those levels that the emissions are so far below what would be allowable that there should be no question that this is safe for the environment and for the community it's in.
And I'm not sure if you heard from day one of this hearing, your understanding from Dr. Kinslow and Mr. Green, in fact, the crematorium would be operated up to 4 hours a day and not necessarily up even every day. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, yes.
And you indicated you've installed these or helped the company install these throughout the different states. Are they typically in like warehouse areas or in the neighborhoods like the Bowling Green Funeral Home is located?
Over 70% of all cremation equipment that's sold today is installed in funeral homes that are located in either residential communities or what they would call light commercial areas. The reason for that is that funeral homes are there to serve the community, and it can be quite a hardship for those that need to have to, if their loved one wishes to be cremated and they can't take care of it in their own communities, it can be very difficult to sometimes find a place to do that, especially if you have to move away from your family funeral home that you've used over the years, for sure.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Unless the board has questions, I'll go to my next witness.
What crematoria does the applicant presently use?
Is that a question for me?
I don't know, somebody.
Yeah, I think that would be for Mr. Green to answer. We can do that on rebuttal.
He said 2 weeks ago, one in Catonsville, and there was one somewhere else, but the one in Catonsville is the one I remember.
Yeah, I remember he said it was about a 45-minute drive off-site.
Yeah, I can say that it's difficult sometimes for the people in the community, not just from the logistics of it, but it's also I think a difficult thing for the funeral home as well, because when you're asking a business owner to use his competitor to perform his business, and not only that, but you're taking somebody's loved one, dropping them off, and waiting for a call to tell you that they're done, you've lost control over your chain of custody, and that can be a problem from a liability standpoint. In fact, it's probably the number one liability in the funeral home that has a crematory today is chain of custody.
Well, thank you. Unless the board has anything else, I'm going to call Richard King.
Well, good.
Okay. Thank you.
Hang on, Mr. King.
You see his email?
I see him here twice, so I think I will go.
Dick King.
Yes.
Senior.
Mr. King. There we go. Mr. King?
Yes. Can you hear me?
You do have an echo, so I think it's probably because you have two that are open. If you could mute your other.
How do I do that? I'm gonna hit the button on mute.
Might need to call again.
Yeah, you might need to call in, but let's give it a shot. Try to. You're getting the feedback from yourself because you have two devices on. So if you turn one of your devices off.
Let me try. How about now?
Yep. You have your phone on?
No, my phone's on. It's just I'm looking at a screen here. System speakers, microphone.
Maybe mute the sound coming from the screen and just use your audio. Try that.
Okay, here we go. How about now?
That's better.
Good.
How about work?
All right, is everyone there? I think it just froze on the Webex end.
I'm here.
I'm here.
I'm here. My video is screwed up anyway.
I'm here.
I'm sorry.
That's, Mr. King, are you still there?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know what's wrong.
That's okay. I think that happened to all of us. So something just happened to all of us. And I think it happened on the Webex end because Simon and I both experienced it here. Okay, so Mr. Landsey, I think you're all
Okay.
set.
Great. Mr. King, please state your full name and your business address.
I'm Richard King, better known as Dick King. My business address is 5141 Harper's Farm Road, Columbia, Maryland.
And what's your current occupation?
I have a business, a real estate business. I am a commercial appraiser, and I'm also a commercial broker here in the state of Maryland.
And I believe your resume was also part of petitioner's exhibit number 3. I would offer Mr. King as an expert as an appraiser and in the real estate business as a broker.
Accepted.
Thank you. All right, Mr. King, you're familiar with the property and what the plans are for the property?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And did you conduct some studies with regard to real estate in the area and also, I'm sorry, in the area of crematoriums and funeral homes? And I guess the easiest way was just to go right to the exhibit, which is number 11, Ms. Burns.
Okay.
Now,
Yes.
please go to page 2. And Mr. King, just to give the board a little bit of flavor about your background, just talk about what you did for years prior to your current business.
Again, I apologize for this, this vibration, but here we go. For 30 years, I was with the Shell Oil Company. We covered the better part of the United States as a corporate gypsy with my family, as a real estate manager. I've dealt on the environmental side with the gasoline business and the concerns that people have with smells, et cetera. So I feel somewhat I'm not a total foreigner to the topic. That's basically what I've done. Within the last 20 years, I've having learned from Shell, I now have my own business and have been very, very busy. And so with that, I feel that I well understand what we're doing here in terms of the mission at hand.
Mr. King, basically there's been some concerns from the community, and that's based on informal meetings that were held with Maryland Department of Environment and also some of the positions that have been rendered to the board now. And so as a result, you were asked to conduct a study, and I'm looking at page 2. If you could just go through that as to your findings from your study.
What this shows is that I used, and there are only 3 examples actually within the city of Baltimore that deal with crematories. That's it. All my information is coming basically from the Maryland Department of Environmental Records. I used and only had 3 to go with in the city of Baltimore, one of which is the On-Site Cremation Center, LLC, which is also, and it became a subsidiary of Joseph H. Brown Jr. with his funeral home and crematory, located at 2140 North Fulton Avenue in Baltimore, Maryland. Secondly, Bayview, which is also referred to as Trinity Crematory, which is located at 5900 O'Donnell Street in Baltimore. And then the third was Loudon Park Memorial Association, Inc., which is located at 3801 Frederick Avenue in Baltimore. The purpose of that was to look at the statistics and the data coming off of the neighboring communities from these the crematories and the funeral homes that I just described. And what we've done is we've looked at that using a time frame of when the construction of the crematory happened, and then after the crematory was constructed, using a time frame of basically 4 years. All the statistical information that I got came from the State Department of Assessments and Taxation here in the state of Maryland. I've shown there on we have to go down just a little bit further on this, I believe, so that you can actually see the website that I used. And also deed records are also coming from the website of marylandlandrec.net. And as I just indicated, the time intervals that I used were 4 years prior to the construction and 4 years following the construction. And as you'll see above, what we found is with the on-site cremation center on Fulton Avenue, before we find a value at $36,778 average property. Afterwards, we found it to be at $34,781, which is roughly even, depending upon how you want to look at that. The next one, which was Bayview, there were 2 times of construction. There was one that began in 2000. The before numbers are $43,750 average. And then after, we found it $58,000. On the 2008 construction, before at $58,000 average, and then after at $114,000, $417,000. Now with the Loudon Park Memorial, we found the before averaging at $43,783, and then afterwards moved to $55,246. So by doing all this, we come to the conclusion basically that with the exception of the first, which is roughly even, the values actually following construction went up.
All right, if we could scroll a page or two, you'll see some photographs.
Wait a minute. The values in the O'Donnell Street area, they went up because of the nature of the neighborhood and the changes in the neighborhood.
Well,
and the new housing in the neighborhood.
Well, what I've followed with here is I've got a couple pictures of what I'm looking at as the existing neighborhood. And in terms of what it looked like back then, I have nothing to prove that. All I can go with is looking at the numbers from my data as to how, and you can see some of this with the assessments of these properties, that they did go up. However, we deal strictly with what we have in front of us here, and I have no photo or nothing to go back to what it looked like before. I can take it from the present.
I don't know what you're referring to.
I think it would be helpful when we go through each, he's not going to go item by item, it would take way too long. But what we wanted to do is give the board a flavor of what the funeral homes look like. And then he's got some statistics for the neighborhoods around the funeral homes. And you'll see kind of a summary of the averages. So just to do it in order, since I'm not showing the pictures, if we could very slowly, Ms. Byrne.
Sure.
Go through the pictures, and then Mr. King, just very, very briefly, just indicate what these show. And then I think we're going to get to the O'Donnell in due time. I believe that is the second one.
Okay.
Yes.
So
Yeah, the second one on your list. So we'll get to that, and hopefully that will answer the question.
The first picture shows the subject property, of course, which is the 4905 York Road in Govins. Here's an overview of what's there, and obviously showing the surrounding community. As we move now into the first example of, if we could go back up just, there we go. This is the Joseph H. Brown Jr. Funeral Home and Crematory at Fulton Avenue as it is presently. The second, or the bottom one there, shows the crematorium itself. Now we slide down to the next overview, and where we find that, we look at the community that it basically serves. And the community it serves would be the streets of North Monroe Street, Fulton Avenue, and Clifton Avenue. Okay. Now,
What do you mean? What do you mean the streets it serves?
Okay. If I
You mean
could,
the
I want to
location,
go,
or?
I'll show you the streets. Next slide if we could. Not this one, but the next one. This is the data I use, but go one more slide, please. One more slide.
I
I'll
can't
come
see
back
any
to
of
that.
this.
Okay. This is Monroe Street as you see it now. Okay. Below is Fulton Avenue as you see it now. Now, what I did, and I'm jumping ahead here a little bit, I'd like to come back to the data to support what I've said. So if we move down to the next crematory, which is Bayview Cemetery, we go on to the next slide, and that's the crematory itself off of O'Donnell Street. Then we also do the overview. What I'm calling the attention to here is the streets directly across from O'Donnell Street. And if we go back to the next slide down, you got to go through the data. We'll come back to that. Okay, here is Angelessa Street presently. Below that, it's just the other side of the street, basically. Then we have Bonsall Street showing what's there presently. So now if we continue down to the last that I showed, which was Loudon Park, we take the next slide. Here is the Loudon Park Funeral Home and Crematory, which is located at 3801 Frederick Road. Overview here indicates the streets of Loudon Avenue, Waldron, and Rosecroft Terrace, all adjoining the cemetery and the crematory place. Now, pictures on that, if we slide down again, picture the data. Okay, this is Loudon Avenue as it looks today. Okay, below that is Rosecroft Terrace as it looks today. And then we have Waldron Street as it looks today. So the idea here is now you have a picture of what's there presently. Back to the point made of the neighborhood changed. And you want to speak specifically to O'Donnell Street? I'm asking the question.
So quite frankly, nothing you've shown me is very compelling. And in fact, truthfully, I can't even see the statistics and can hardly make out the photographs.
If I could interject, just so I can put this in context.
Who's interjecting?
There's been assertions that a crematory will lower the values of properties in the area. Mr. King, as an expert, did an evaluation to see if in fact that happened based on raw statistics. He didn't go to the point where was there a new restaurant put there? Was there a factory there? He just looked at the values of the properties in the neighborhood. You heard Mr. Green testify, most of his customers and families come from the neighborhoods around Vaughn Green. So there are only 3 in Baltimore City. He took those 3, took the time to get the statistics, and they're just raw data that show that it's either the same or increase in value. He's not denying that, yes, there might have been some new homes that increased the values of those homes, but it certainly establishes clearly that overall property values around funeral homes increased and definitely did not significantly decrease. And the data, which I can't read either, even with my glasses, hopefully you have hard copies or can make this bigger. But we didn't think if you want him to take the time, he can go through street by street. I just didn't think the board would want us to take that time. But maybe a couple of samples would be helpful.
No, we have the data in the record.
Yeah.
We need to look at it up close. We can do that. Keep it moving.
Okay. Does that help, Mr. Cunningham?
No, it didn't. And he studied how many blocks or how far from the crematorium.
What I did do was to take what I considered the adjoining streets to well, in this case of O'Donnell Street, to O'Donnell Street, which basically ends, as far as residence is concerned, across from the subject crematory.
So you're looking at how many blocks?
As I indicated, you want to stay with O'Donnell Street?
Sure.
whatever.
Well, I mean, if that's, hold on a minute.
There's,
In O'Donnell Street case, we had, as I just indicated, we had Angelisa and Bonsall, 2 streets. It's difficult to see on this overhead, but these are the streets that touch out on O'Donnell Street.
Mr. King, the streets that you looked at the values for around each of the 3, were these the 3 streets closest to the funeral home?
That's correct.
Okay. And you might as well go back to the first one.
That's okay. I don't need anywhere for. I'm just saying it's not very compelling the way the sample size is.
All right. So, Mr. King, I think you've already stated your conclusion, but if you could just summarize what you're finding based on other statistics and investigation, what your conclusion is as an expert.
Very well. What I've in using the statistics that are on record, what I've tried to do is look at when these properties were, the crematories were developed, and take a time frame of 4 years, which I think is, a fairly good weather bell to use. And from that, come up with, and the one you don't see on this screen, if you could look a little bit lesser, what I tried to do was, you take the address, you take the purchase date, you take the assessed value, you go to the deed reference, and then you do the dollar sale. And with that data, let me give you an example. On the assessed value isn't done by anybody but the city people and their assessment group. And what I'm using to try to give you an idea of where the market is moving would be the assessed value. Now, the specifics, as Mr. Lansey just described, whether anything happened, only way you can really identify that is with numbers. And that's what I've tried to do.
Mr. King, you obviously went to these different locations, and I believe you may have followed some of the earlier testimony. Looking at some of the other funeral homes, not even necessarily those 3, I'll use Rupp, for example. I believe it's exhibit number 7, and then the next exhibit that you're going to be showing, looking at the renderings that Mr. Bimes presented, would it be a fair assessment that this structure will be more attractive than some of the ones that you've seen during your evaluation?
No question about it. Absolutely. This building, I believe, was built in 1947. It's stone. It's well constructed, well maintained, landscaped, and obviously this is far better in terms of how it looks from all that we've talked about. Yes.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to turn to Ms. Byrne, exhibit number 12, if we could.
okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
And what was your purpose in preparing exhibit 12, and what were your findings?
Yeah. Trying to take the story a little bit further, and that is, okay, let's get outside of Baltimore City. Let's look at some surrounding counties. Let's look at funeral homes with crematories and see just how those neighborhoods relate to the facilities. Now, what I've done is there's a map that'll come up here. I think for next, again, what I've tried to do is there are in essence 9 exhibits I have here. There are 3 in Baltimore County. There's 1 in Hartford County. There are 2 in Carroll County, 2 in Montgomery County, and 1 in Anne Arundel County. So we've done somewhat of a circumference on the subject properties. And what we try to do is looking at each one. Let's start with number 1, which is McNabb, that was mentioned earlier. This is the McNabb. Their funeral home itself is here on the right. The street that separates it is called Wade Avenue. On the left there is really the crematory. It's an old garage building that they converted. If we go to the next slide, you can see the community next to it. One of the better communities in Catonsville, which is where this is Holmhurst Avenue, which is it's kind of between what it just said, Wade Avenue and Holmhurst. So it's a substantial community. And herein lie, as we can see, an example of how the two can come together and live. The next one we have is, this is Lassen. Here, this company actually owns two. This happens to be one on Blair Road. I have the address here in a second. This one's at 11750 Blair Road excuse me, it's 7401 Blair Road in Fulton, Maryland.
You mean Fullerton, correct?
I'm sorry.
Fullerton?
Yeah, Fullerton, correct.
Okay.
There you can see clearly, trying to get to the streets here, and with me. You have major arterials there, all neighborhood. Taylor Avenue. We have your next to that, you've got Fuller Avenue. In between all that, you have community. You also, by the way, have a child care center in there as well. So it's compatible. If we go to the next one, please. I think we skipped the picture, did we?
Yeah, there's nothing in between this map and the other map,
Okay. Let me see, I lost my shot.
unless this is it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's correct. That's number 3.
Yeah. You can keep going. This happens to, well, the other was a good example as well, but this is Rust. It was mentioned earlier. This is north of the subject property at the Beltway. Probably not the best of examples to give when we look at it in terms of neighboring communities, people, residents, etc. But nonetheless, it's there. Just going to the next. Okay, this one is the Forest Hill location, which is the Evans home. And that'll give you an idea too as to where it's located in relation to subdivisions. They're neighbors. They're right there. They're off the main thoroughfare. Across from the subject. We go to the next one. Okay, now this is in Carroll County, and this is Height, located on Route 32, almost at the 32, to Liberty Road. But again, if you'll note there, what surrounds that property, it is residential. Okay, next property as well. Okay, this is the E-line property. And here we have both homes, both east and west on Main Street. Again, neighboring to the subject. Go to the next one. We're now in Montgomery County, and we are at Wisconsin Avenue. If we look at this one, again, you can see from where it's noted as 7557 Wisconsin Avenue, directly across the street and behind it is residences. Now that's Montgomery County. There's another one in Montgomery County as well, which will be next. And this is the WRAP, which is a funeral home and crematory, which again, you can see is very convenient behind it there off of Gist Avenue of residences. Let's go to the next one. Okay, now this is in Anne Arundel County. This is right off of Ritchie Highway, and this is the Branco Funeral Home. And where the Varenco, as you'll note, right in the backyard almost here is a neighborhood, a residence, and a high end. This is, I believe, the story of using these 9, but a community can exist neighboring a funeral home, crematory, and it really can work. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. King. Unless there are any questions from the board, I would like to offer exhibits 11 and 12 into evidence.
Right, they're admitted.
No questions?
They're in, no questions.
Okay. Then I would reserve for rebuttal witnesses from here. Did exhibits 15 and 16 get admitted? That would be the supplemental summary from Dr. Kinslow and then petitioner's memorandum in support.
They haven't been, but they are admitted for the record.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so I will, Mr. King, I'm gonna move you back to as an attendee. Mr. Landsey, I'm just going to mute you and we'll call Miss Witt on behalf of the Community Law Center. So now we're moving into the opposition phase. So Miss Witt, I'm making you a panelist. Okay. Let me. And I believe, Ms. Witt, you should be unmuted. There we go.
Great. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. So, Kate, I gave you a list of folks who are going to testify, and that should be in order of their testimony. But I'll just do a brief introduction. We'll get straight into straight into the testimony. So my name is Becky Witt. I'm here in opposition to this application for an incinerator so close to a residential neighborhood. I have good news for the board. The first piece of good news I have is that you finally get to hear from some people who actually live in Baltimore City, and specifically who understand and know the neighborhoods that will be affected. So for all the talk about supporting a Baltimore City business, we've heard only from Mr. Green, who lives in Howard County, and lawyers and consultants who all are located outside the city. And I think from the testimony that we just heard today, we're experiencing some of the repercussions of maybe not quite understanding Baltimore City neighborhoods. Also, I have a second piece of good news, which is that the zoning board is not the Maryland Department of the Environment. You don't need to know all the details of the permit or whether MDE should be issuing an air permit for this crematorium. That's not your job. And by the way, just to be clear, MDE has not issued a permit to this crematorium yet. They're still kind of in the middle of that process, which was interrupted because they realized that the crematorium didn't have zoning approval yet. So we're here first. MDE is waiting for the zoning board to do what it does best, which is to decide whether or not this use is appropriate in this specific location under the provisions of the zoning code and not under the provisions of state law or the air quality regulations of the state of Maryland. So you're going to hear from community members about how air quality along York Road is already poor due to many existing sources of air pollution. You're going to hear about how this community is already disproportionately vulnerable to harm and already has disproportionately negative health outcomes. And you'll hear from neighbors who have devoted thousands of hours to strengthening their communities and to planning for healthy and safe development along York Road, and why the addition of an incinerator would conflict with those plans. You'll also see how close the existing funeral home is to houses, churches, a post office, a medical clinic that serves Medicaid patients, a community garden, and among other important neighborhood uses. So we're going to begin with testimony from someone who lives nearby, but who's also an expert in incinerators and air quality and how they relate to public health. So we'll start with Lisa Polyak, if she is.
Yep, she's been made a panelist and I just unmuted her.
Great, and she has some slides that she wants to share, so if you could give her that ability, that would be great. So,
Well, I mean, there's a lot of. Let's try it again.
So, Ms. Polyak, could you introduce yourself to the board and describe your experience relating to this application?
Yeah, can you see the slide that I'm sharing?
We can.
And can you see me? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Is this
Okay.
working? Oh my God. It's always amazing, right, when it works? Okay. Hi there. Thank you. Thank you to the zoning board for your time today. My name is Lisa Polyak, and I'm an environmental engineer. And in my day job, I work for the Army Public Health Center at Aberdeen Proving Ground. But I'm here today in a private capacity. I'm not in any way representing anything on behalf of the Army or the Army Medical Department. But I want to let you know that for the last 30 years, I've served as an in-house environmental health consultant for the Army and the Department of Defense on air quality and population health issues in the United States and around the world wherever U.S. troops are stationed. So that's a little bit about me.
Thank you. So I was just going to say that Ms. Polyak's resume is has been submitted to the board as Exhibit 19. So you should have that, the board should have that in front of you. And I'd like to offer Ms. Polyak as an expert witness in the field of air quality, public health, and environmental engineering.
Admitted.
And then, so she has her presentation that she'd like to present, and I'll let her go ahead and present that with minimal interruption from me. So take.
Okay, should I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. If at any time anybody has any questions or if I'm not being clear, please stop me because, you know, I don't want to just ramble on unnecessarily, especially if I'm sort of making, you know, your eyes glaze over for anything. I can move on. All right, so what I wanted to do, though, in this first slide is just give you an outline of what I'm going to talk about here today. I'm going to talk about the inventory of sources, of air pollution sources that I found in the little 2-block radius around York Road where the Bowling Green Funeral Home is located. I want to talk to you about pollution monitors in Baltimore City, specifically monitors for particulate matter, how air quality standards are set, some of the negative health consequences associated with exposure to fine particulate matter, which is also known as PM 2.5. I'm going to use those terms interchangeably, PM 2.5 and fine particulate matter. I want to talk about some of the population health indicators that we have for Baltimore City about how healthy our citizens are in the area. And then I'm going to follow with a little bit of conversation about what a crematorium is, what kinds of emissions are produced, about the draft permit application that Bowling Green has prepared, and where the air pollution from the crematorium might go. All right, so that's just sort of a little roadmap to what we're going to discuss. All right, so the second slide that I want to have for you is just a list of all of the emission sources that I was able to see just from a sort of a bird's eye view walking the 4-block length between Cold Spring Lane on the south, up York Road to Winston Avenue on the north. And when I did that, I was looking at just the things that are currently in place in the 2-block radius around the Bowling Green Funeral Home. And what I came across was a postal service station that is right across the street that has lots of customer traffic and several dozen postal vehicles. There's 2 fast food restaurants in the neighborhood right across the street. One is a Popeyes that has a single drive-through lane that's open 13 hours a day. And north of that is a McDonald's with 2 drive-through lanes that operate 15 hours a day. There are 2 gasoline service stations on either end. One is a Marathon that has 10 gasoline pumps, and the other is a Sunoco on the south at Cold Spring Lane that has 8 pumps. There were 2 MTA bus stops, and we found out that the MTA Red Line has 206 buses every day that traverse York Road up and down and stop at those 2 stations. Also found out the daily vehicle traffic on York Road because the Maryland Department of Transportation monitors traffic flow at the intersection of Winston Avenue and York Road, and that on average, 19,734 vehicles travel York Road at that intersection every day of the year. And this data was taken from February of 2020. Also, I found that York Road is a truck route, which means that it allows not just passenger cars, but things like light duty, mixed duty, and diesel trucks to pass. And we know that on average, between 15 and 18% of the traffic that occurs on the artery spokes around Baltimore within the Beltway is truck traffic. And then on either end of that 2-block radius is bracketed the intersection with a traffic light. There's one at Winston Avenue and there's one at Cold Spring Lane. And I bring this to your attention because all of these things that I've just described are emission sources. They are sources of air pollution. And the pictures on this page sort of represent each of those kinds of sources. And what they all have in common is that they're combustion sources, just like the crematorium that Vaughn Green wants to add to the funeral home. And all of these sources are known as what's called mobile sources, things like cars, trucks, buses, and they distinguish them from stationary sources like power plants or factories or incinerators. Now, according to a 2019 report from the Union of Concerned Scientists, Maryland has the nation's second worst pollution, air pollution, from cars, trucks, and buses, coming in second only to New York State. And the Maryland Department of Environment does regulate air pollution sources around the state, and they have 41 separate air quality regulations. But among those 40 regulations, only 2 address mobile sources. So there is a bit of a gap in Maryland Department of Environment's awareness and oversight of sources and equipment that contribute to air pollution from mobile sources. And Maryland Department of the Environment only issues permits to stationary sources. Mobile sources are largely allowed to proliferate without any kind of scrutiny or control in the same way that stationary sources do because they have to get permits. So the pollutants that I've mentioned here, the combustion emissions, include things like nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide. I won't read the list for you, but you can see it for yourself. But the one pollutant that we're going to talk a lot about today is particulate matter, and I've highlighted that in yellow because particulate matter is one of the largest types of emissions that are formed during combustion, and it's also one that, according to the permit application, is produced in greatest abundance from the crematorium that Vaughn Green wants to install at the funeral home. So Maryland Department of the Environment is aware of the air pollution and health burden created by mobile sources. And one way they are managing this is with an anti-idling campaign. And this is like an outtake from one of the flyers that they distribute to the public to make them aware of the problems associated with idling. Part of the campaign is letting people know that there is a regulation in the state of Maryland that says that you're not legally allowed to idle a vehicle, either a motor vehicle, gasoline-powered or diesel-powered, for longer than 5 minutes. And Maryland isn't alone in their concern for vehicle emissions. Over 30 states have some type of anti-idling regulation throughout the United States. And I just want to quickly draw your attention to some of the things on this slide that highlight the health risks associated with vehicle idling. And this is in their own words. They talk about things like cancer, respiratory issues, reproductive effects, birth defects. Down here, they say exposure to vehicle exhaust increases the risk of death from heart and lung disease, all very serious outcomes associated with combustion emissions. But over here, I circled something that that sort of caught my eye and I hadn't been aware of. And Maryland Department of the Environment tells us that over the course of a year, just one car idling for 5 minutes a day can emit as many as 25 pounds of harmful air pollutants. And this fact sort of made me curious about how much air pollution might be emitted in the York Road corridor near the funeral home. So I did a little calculation, and I did it based on the data that I sort of showed you on that second slide about the traffic throughputs on York Road. So according to the Maryland Department...
Can I interrupt you for just a second? There's, on my view anyway, there's like a gray box that's covering right-hand side and at the top. Do you know what that might be? Or if you can move it?
This participants can now see what you're sharing, that box?
There's a box, yeah, at the top of the screen, and then there's another one on the right hand. I don't know what that is, but
I didn't see that on my screen.
Okay.
You might, so it probably appears gray to us because it's a message for Miss Poliak. But if you hit, is there a way you can hit like okay or something like that on the box that says okay that we're sharing your screen, that we can see your screen?
Hang on. I don't.
Okay. Right, or you might be able to drag it to the corner.
I can't touch it. I can see it that it's at the top of my screen, but I can't.
It's not a major thing.
Can you try? Will you try minimizing your window and opening it back up? Also, giving you all the.
All right. How's that?
That got rid of one of them.
There's still one on the right hand side.
This?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That's you guys. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, move us out of the way. Move us all the way out of the way. You can minimize. Our faces.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry about
Thank you.
that.
Thank you,
All right.
Lisa.
I'm afraid to close you out, but I'll just put you over there. Okay, how's that? Sorry. What do I know? All right. Okay, so this is that calculation I was telling you about. So I got some data about the traffic throughputs, 19,734 vehicles a day at York Road on Winston Avenue from February of 2020. And based on that emission factor on that previous slide, I calculated what the emissions would be just from the vehicles that travel every single day up and down York Road. And this is what I came out with. It sort of shocked me that just this one source of emissions associated with idling at the traffic lights appears to create over 50,000 pounds of harmful air pollutants. And this doesn't include the air pollution produced at the fast food drive-thrus or the gas stations or the post office, or the concentrations of these pollutants in other, in the other sources that we had mentioned that might live on York Road. So what do these emissions mean for outdoor air quality, or the concentrations of these pollutants in the air that we breathe? Well, I'm going to focus on particulate matter pollution, as I mentioned earlier, and I want to draw your attention to some of the monitoring stations in the city. So the reason I'm focusing on particulate matter is because it's associated with the worst health effects of all the air pollutants that are subject to national standards. And according to calculations in the permit application prepared by Vaughn Green, it's the pollutant that's produced in the greatest abundance by the crematorium. PM 2.5, or fine particles, are so dangerous because they defeat the body's natural defenses, like getting caught in the mucus of your nose or throat, or being coughed up, or being sneezed away. It gets stuck in the lowest reaches of your lungs, in the terminal air sacs known as alveoli. It can even cross the gas exchange membranes in those terminal air sacs and end up in your bloodstream. Now, the only official...
How much particulate matter is required to do those things you just described?
Well, different levels, and we're going to talk about that in a second. That's okay. So the only official PM 2.5 monitoring station in Baltimore City is on Monument Avenue. Is on Monument Street in the city. And it's a little over 3.5 miles south of the Vaughn Green Funeral Home. And according to EPA, this monitor is what is known as a middle scale monitor, which is considered to be representative of emissions at a distance of 100 to 500 meters, which is approximately, best case, about 1/3 of a mile. So this monitoring station, although this is what's used to characterize the emissions in the city, and it's the only monitor that we have, it's really not in any way representative of what's going on up here in the neighborhood where Vaughn Green Funeral Home is located. So Dr. Kinslow, the toxicologist who was testifying the other day, asserted that since Baltimore is officially in compliance with the current fine particulate matter standard, that there's no additional risk to citizens in this area. And I would suggest that since there are no monitors in the area where the Vaughn Green Funeral Home is located, we really don't know much about the air quality in the neighborhood. And certainly we don't know anything about the level of fine particulate matter pollution in the neighborhood.
So she can't prove that it's, well, based on your testimony, Dr. Kinslow's report is not supportive of Baltimore actually being in compliance or within a certain acceptable level of air quality. By the same token, can you prove that it's outside of it?
Well, what I would say is, being in compliance with the rule at that monitor may be accurate, but it doesn't tell us anything about what might be going on at other parts of the city. Now you can see that there's these little green boxes, that there are some things that citizens are sort of taking matters into their own hands and purchasing these low-cost sensors. They're a couple $100, and they're very easy to operate so that they get more localized information about the levels of fine particulate in their communities. And some of them may be higher or lower than what goes on at this official monitor, which is what the data that's used to determine compliance with the federal standard or the state, the standard that the Maryland Department of Environment. So you're right. I can't say anything really about what the concentration is, except that this monitor that says that we're in compliance with the standard really doesn't tell us anything about what's going on in the York Road corridor.
Okay, thanks.
So Dr. Kinslow also went to some length to assert that the current federal air quality standards that are published by EPA and adopted by Maryland are fully protective of human health and welfare. with a margin of safety for sensitive individuals. So if air quality is meeting standards, then citizens should be protected from negative health problems due to poor air quality. And that's definitely what is supposed to happen according to the mandates of the Clean Air Act. But let's take a look about what happens in practice. So I've put two charts on this page, on this slide, to show how EPA has published and adjusted particulate matter standards over the last 50 years. In the beginning, scientists knew that particles affected human health in some way. And so EPA at first regulated all particles, known as total suspended particulate, and that's the green columns. And you'll see I've got these two charts. One represents the standard for short-term exposures, 24 hours, and this chart represents the standards that were published for long-term or chronic exposure. It's an annual standard. Okay, so first off, EPA said, okay, we know some particles affect health. We're not sure which ones. We're going to set the standard at 260 for 24 hours, and we're going to regulate all particles. But after 16 years or so, studies were done, science evolved, and EPA realized that only some kind of particles actually got into the human respiratory system. And these particles were known as PM10. That's the yellow columns that you see in both charts. Now, PM10, 10, the number after PM, represents the size, more or less, of the particle. It's called the aerodynamic diameter, which is not exactly the measured size, but for purposes of the conversation, it does have to do with the size of the particle. So they abandoned the total particulate regulations and they published regulations for PM10. And after another decade, scientific studies revealed that it's really smaller particles, these PM2.5 particles that you can see with the red columns, that defeat the protective defenses in your respiratory system and get lodged in the deepest recesses of your lung. Over time, EPA realized that the original threshold that they'd established for PM2.5 wasn't protective enough. And so they lowered the standard, the numeric value, and they did that in 2006, you can see here, and then in 2012. So we see that because of the advancement of science and medicine, EPA has changed air quality standards to reflect the kinds of particles that affect human health and the thresholds at which they affect human health over time, whenever science and medicine advanced, to let us know that we had more information about how those standards should be adjusted. But one thing that the most important thing about this slide that I want you to take away is that since 2012, the standards have not been adjusted. Nothing has changed about these standards since 2012.
When do you expect the next change to occur? The EPA standard.
Thank you for asking that. I'm getting to that. So why hasn't anything changed since 2012? Good question. So the Clean Air Act mandates that EPA must reevaluate national air quality standards every 5 years to ensure that they continue to be protective of human health based on the latest available medicine and science. And they make this evaluation by compiling a report called an Integrated Science Assessment. And the latest Integrated Science Assessment for particulate matter was published in 2019. It's nearly 2,000 pages long, and if you dropped it on your foot, you'd probably break a couple of toes. Okay, so what I have up here on the slide are some of the findings that were in that 2019 Integrated Science Assessment as they pertain to particulate matter about the health effects that would be considered causal or likely to be causal. And here we have the short term, the health effects that could happen after exposure from days to weeks. And over here, we have some of the long-term effects that would happen after exposure for months to years. And it's been well known for decades that exposure to fine particles leads to heart and lung diseases like asthma or chronic obstructive pulmonary disease or heart attacks and stroke. But new evidence in this Integrated Science Assessment from 2019 showed that fine particles are implicated in things like diabetes, low birth weight, preterm birth, and cognitive impairment, things like early Alzheimer's. And this is maybe the most important part of this, is that despite the recommendations of internal EPA scientists to lower both the short-term and the long-term PM2.5 standards, the EPA administrator overruled them and decided to retain the 2012 standard. And EPA, the past administration, EPA, made the final determination in December 2020 after the election and probably imagined that the standards would not be reevaluated again for another 5 years. But the decision that they had made not to alter the standards was so controversial that look what happened this summer in June. The failure of the prior EPA administration to change the PM 2.5 standards based on the weight of evidence in that 2019 integrated science assessment was deemed to have been a significant gap in EPA's mandate to protect human health. EPA stated that the current PM standards may not be adequate to protect public health and welfare. And the implication here is that even if the area where we live right now is complying with the 2012 standards, it may not be properly protected of human health based on current scientific knowledge. And I want to draw your attention to some other things that the science and medical community has become aware of since 2012. Take a quick sip of water. Okay, so this organization that's affiliated with the World Health Organization is known as the International Agency for Research on Cancer, and their job is to look at chemicals and decide whether or not these chemicals may be considered carcinogenic to human health. And in 2014, they determined that among all the chemicals that are out there, that diesel engine exhaust is a human carcinogen. And then in 2016, they determined that particulate matter in outdoor air pollution is also a group 1 human carcinogen. This is all stuff that happened after the 2012 standard was published. Look what else happened since 2012. Here is mortality data that was published by the Health Effects Institute in their annual publication called State of Global Air. And you'll see on the left these different countries, and on the bottom, different years from 1990 up through 2015. And the data on this chart are the number of excess deaths that happen every year in those countries that's attributable to exposure to fine particulate matter. And what I've circled here for you on the chart is the United States in 2015 and the number of excess deaths that have happened in 2015 due to exposure to fine particulate matter. 88,400 deaths, excess deaths, are believed to have occurred because of exposure to fine particulate matter, leading to health outcomes like perhaps lung cancer or COPD or heart attacks or strokes. So 88,000 sounds like a big number. It's not as big a number as what's happening in some other countries, but it happened in our country, even with the health standards as protective as they are, or at least at the levels that they were promulgated in 2012, right? So what does 88,000 deaths mean in the context of other important public health concerns that environmental and health communities are worried about and trying to educate about citizens in the United States? So I want to bring your attention to this slide that gives us a sense of context about what does it mean to have 88,000 additional deaths due to fine particulate matter. Well, these are all things that we know draw a lot of attention from the public health community. It shows the annual excess deaths attributed to important public health issues that get lots of resources and lots of attention in the United States to help people either modify their behavior or modify their exposure. Drunk driving, we see about 11,000 deaths in 2017. Secondhand smoke, 14,000 deaths on an annual basis. Drug overdose deaths in 2017, including drug overdose during the height of the opioid epidemic, created 70,000 additional deaths in that year. But look at how many deaths are associated with fine particulate matter in 2015. 88,400 deaths. Excess deaths, and that's more than any of the other issues on this page that I'm sure many people are aware of, but very few people are aware of the health effects associated with exposure to fine particulate matter. And in fact, in 2018, the head of the World Health Organization said that no one rich or poor can escape air pollution. It is a silent public health emergency.
Am I reading this slide correctly when the particulate matter 2.5 exposure is from a series of events, factories, cars?
Yes.
Not just crematoriums, right?
Correct. All of those different sources combined. Yeah, the point being is that there's already an existing burden of PM 2.5 in our communities without adding one more thing to them that's creating the burden that of this excess mortality that is reported, in the Health Effects Institute report.
Okay.
And so, sorry, go ahead. Any question?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. So I wanted to just try your patience for just one more minute about a more important and more recent important public health issue, public health emergency. In spring of 2020, researchers from the Harvard School of Public Health looked at the relationship between neighborhoods that had high chronic levels of fine particulate matter and mortality associated with the COVID-19 pandemic. So I want to tell you on the left here, this map is showing you the concentration of fine particulate matter in counties around the United States, with blue being counties that have less particulate matter and brown being counties that have higher concentrations of fine particulate matter. That's what this map is on the left. And on the right, we have a map showing the mortality levels in counties around the United States up through June of 2020. And you can see just by eyeballing it that there seems to be higher levels of fine particulate matter on the East Coast and in sort of in this industrial area right here. Similarly, we see high levels of mortality on the East Coast and in the Mid-Atlantic on this map over here. And I'm just paraphrasing what the researchers found, but in a nutshell, they said that there is a statistically significant relationship between communities that have a chronic exposure to particulate matter, even at levels below the standards, and the mortality rates for COVID-19. And in fact, I pulled out 2 quotes from the study here that I thought were important. Counties with just a single microgram increase in the annual average fine particulate matter concentration had an 11% increase in the COVID-19 mortality rate. And counties with more Black residents had a much higher COVID mortality rate. The specific numbers associated with that were for counties that had an up to a 14% greater population of Black residents had a 49% higher mortality rate. So you can see in communities of color, this burden is disproportionately shared relative to communities that are not with people of color. Okay, so we've looked at some of the health effects of PM 2.5, but what do we know about the citizens of Baltimore, their health status, and what it might mean for them to be subjected to these air pollutants? So this is an annual report that's prepared by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. It's called the County Health Rankings and Roadmaps, and it evaluates health status at the county level for counties and jurisdictions in states all throughout the United States. And it ranks them according to several sort of buckets of information. And one bucket is what's called health outcomes. Health outcomes are things like quality of life, health status or birth weight, and also health factors. Health factors are things like smoking status, obesity, how educated folks are, whether or not they have jobs, and environmental factors like air quality or water quality. And I'm just going to give you the nutshell here. You can see that I've highlighted that for Baltimore City is ranked among the least healthy counties in Maryland for health outcomes and in health factors. And in fact, it's not just ranked among the lowest, it's dead last. Among the 24 jurisdictions that were evaluated in the state of Maryland, Baltimore City has the worst health outcomes and the lowest health factors. And I wanted to tease out just one of these factors because I thought it was relevant to our conversation today. And that's the one on air pollution particulate matter. And what we see here is that, compared to the other jurisdictions, the 24 jurisdictions, Baltimore City is tied for second worst when it comes to exposures of fine particulate matter. And this is according to the most recent report that the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation puts out. So we've looked at existing exposures in the neighborhood around the funeral home. And there seems like there's quite a few existing sources, even though they're mobile sources, but they produce combustion emissions, which are similar to the combustion emissions that the crematorium are going to produce. We found that there's really no data about air pollution levels in North Baltimore, and certainly none in the neighborhood where the Vaughn Green Funeral Home is located. We found that EPA thinks that the current PM standards are not sufficiently protective of public health, and that the citizens of Baltimore already have poor health and high air pollution exposures relative to the other areas of Maryland. All right, so I'm just going to sum that up and then move on to the last few things that I want to bring to your attention. I want to talk for a minute about what is a crematorium. So I put these two photos side by side, and one is a crematorium and one is an incinerator. Can you tell which is which? Not a rhetorical question. I'll take answers if you have them.
Now, why don't you tell us? Go ahead.
Okay, well, it's sort of a trick question because they're both incinerators. The photo on the right is that see-through portrait of the crematorium that you saw. I think either Matthews Environmental or somebody just posted it. It's the one that Vaughn Green intends to purchase from Matthews Environmental. But a crematorium is really just an incinerator for human remains, plus whatever else goes into the firebox. The reason that we know a crematorium is an incinerator is because it possesses the exact same attributes as an incinerator. It has primary and secondary burners. It has a primary and secondary chamber. It has a refractory, a supplemental fuel source, high temperature combustion, and an exhaust stack. And in its specification sheet for the Power Pack 2 Plus that Vaughn Green just told us that they intend to purchase, Matthews Environmental cites the incineration capacity of the unit at 175 pounds per hour. Now, incinerators are one of the most highly regulated sources of air emissions because their potential to emit what is known hazardous air pollutants. And these aren't the pollutants that I listed at the beginning of my presentation, like nitrogen oxides or carbon monoxide. These are pollutants that are extremely toxic in very small amounts and have the ability to gravely harm human health, usually through cancer. Chemicals like benzene or asbestos or dioxin or formaldehyde. So when the last amendments to the Clean Air Act were issued in 1990, the EPA set aside an entire title to address air pollution from hazardous air pollutants, including and especially from incinerators. All right. Now, Mr. Vaughn Green, in his testimony, cited that he intended to purchase an incinerator from Matthews Environmental because they are the leader in cremation equipment and they have a reputation for being best in their field. And in fact, that's exactly what's stated on the Matthews Environmental website. This is their logo, and this is a statement actually that appears on their website. It says, Matthews is the acknowledged global leader in cremation equipment with more than 5,000 cremators installed worldwide. You know, Matthews gave Vaughn Green a lot of information on the operation and the specifications of their incinerator, but they didn't give them any information on the air pollution emissions that come from the incinerator. If Matthews has sold 5,000 of these units, why don't they furnish their client with measurements showing exactly what kind and what amount of pollution is produced by the equipment? It was a surprise to me, frankly, that Matthews didn't provide this data because it means that their clients are left to have to estimate air pollution emissions in order to get a permit to operate the incinerator. And that's exactly what Vaughn Green had to do. They had to estimate their air pollution emissions using factors from EPA. So this slide is a little busy, and I apologize for that up front, but I wanted to sort of give you some information about what's in the application and where it came from. So at the top of the slide, above this dotted line, you can see a screenshot of Vaughn Green calculations estimating particle emissions from the incinerator on the permit application. And I've circled the emission factor that they're using here. I believe it reads 4.67 pounds of particulate matter per ton of waste that's consumed. And below the dotted line is a screenshot showing the document where the PM emission factors came from. It came from an EPA reference known as AP42. And you can see that the emission factor came from a table that offers emission rates for medical waste incinerators. So here again, we have information demonstrating that the emissions from the crematorium are interchangeable with those produced by a medical waste incinerator. And I think that it's really important for the board to be aware that a crematorium is really just a specialized incinerator. During Mr. Doak's testimony on August 10th, he was the, I believe he was the property line surveyor. Mr. Ramsay asked him a key question. And this was the question that he asked him. He said, in your expert opinion, would approval of the crematorium be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the Baltimore City Zoning Code? And Mr. Doak replied, he says, I think so. Funeral homes have always been put in neighborhoods. But the question is the crematorium in harmony with the purpose and intent of the zoning code? And I think that there might be a question of harmony, and I want to bring it to your attention. It's clear that a certain section, section 1-302 S2 of the code, permits a crematorium to be co-located with a funeral home. However, there's another section, section 1-218 B2, that prohibits incinerators in all zoning districts of Baltimore City. And further, there's another section in the general provision. The section citation is 1-204B, and that provision states that when there's a conflict between two provisions of the code, the more restrictive provision will prevail. So I think that it's an open question about whether the use of crematoriums inside the city limits is really in harmony with the Baltimore City zoning code, because the code contemplated that incinerators were of such grave concern that they were prohibited in their entirety inside the city limits. Okay, I want to pivot. I only have a couple slides left here. I realize I've been talking for a long time, so thank you for your indulgence. I just want to mention a couple things quickly about the permit to construct, the draft application that Vaughn Green has prepared. So in his testimony on August 10th, Mr. Ramsay, the lawyer from Wright Constable and Skeen, stated, Maryland Department of the Environment will not allow filing of the application for an air permit until we have zoning approval. And I bring this up because I want to be clear to the zoning board that if this is true, there's no way that Maryland Department of the Environment could have offered any opinion or approval on the intention to install an incinerator at the Vaughn Green Funeral Home. And this is important because it calls into question several assertions made by Dr. Kinslow, the toxicologist, in her testimony on August 10th. In that testimony, Dr. Kinslow stated that on multiple occasions, Maryland Department of the Environment had rendered a judgment on the Vaughn Green incinerator. And she said these things, and these are direct quotes from her testimony. She said, and I quote, Maryland Department of the Environment has determined that emissions from the crematorium will not cause deterioration of air quality, end quote. She said further, again, quote, emissions have been determined by MDE to be below thresholds of concern. Neither of these assertions could be true if Maryland Department of the Environment hasn't acted on the permit application from Vaughn Green.
Do you think she might have been referring to what the MDE standards are? Also, then looking at that, let me finish. Also looking at what the proposed emissions are as presented in the application, and concluding that if these are the emissions from the proposed crematorium, they're within MDE standards, acceptable standards. Can you reach the same conclusion by doing that?
I can't imagine. I don't know what was in the mind of Dr. Kinslow when she spoke. I only know what she said. But I know for a fact that we don't know how Maryland Department of the Environment is going to act on this application because they haven't done so yet. And asserting differently, I mean, maybe she meant something other than what she said, but I can only go by what she said.
Okay.
Okay. At various points in the testimony, Mr. Green stated that it was his intention that he would not accept human remains from other funeral homes, although he didn't say anything about whether or not he would be accepting cremation business from his other funeral homes. I think he did say something about third-party funeral homes that were other businesses, but Mr. Green owns 3 other funeral homes in the Baltimore area, and he did say that the York Road one, I believe, is where he does his most business. But he didn't say anything about whether or not he intended to accept cremation business from those other 3 funeral homes, and I thought that might be something that might be important. And he also said that dental fillings and pacemakers would be removed. Dr. Kinslow said that the permit overestimated the emissions from the incinerator because it would never be operated at the capacity that was cited in the application. And I have no doubt that when they said these things, that was their belief or intention at the time of testimony. But the reality is that once a permit is issued, anything that is not expressly prohibited or limited is allowed. So notwithstanding someone's intentions, they would be perfectly within their legal rights not to have to remove things like dental amalgams or implants or jewelry or other metal, plastic or synthetic personal objects prior to incineration unless the permit explicitly prohibited it. And if the permit doesn't prohibit that, that means all of those things go into the firebox, and all of those emissions, heavy metals, plastics, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, that goes all up the stack, out into the air, and into the community. With respect to the hours of operation, in their draft application, they asserted that they would like to operate or have the right to operate up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week for 52 weeks a year. And if that's what the permit allows, that's what they're allowed to do. So speculation about what they might do or what you think they can do, I don't know how helpful that is when the permit would in fact permit you legally to do those things. And so the community should have full knowledge of the emissions that would occur if you decided to operate well within the legality of your own permit. As far as accepting human remains from other funeral homes, I thought that what Mr. Green said was a good thing, that his intention is that he doesn't plan to accept cremation business from other places, but we don't know how things might change for him or his business. I mean, maybe he'll feel like he needs to do that in order to maintain financial viability. And if the permit doesn't prohibit it, he would be entirely within his rights to accept that business. And further, we would want to know for certain about what kind of waste is allowed to be accepted in that incinerator, because in the application, it specifies 2 different kinds of waste, what's known as a type 0 waste and a type 4 waste. Type 4 waste is pathological waste, which is basically human remains. But type 0 waste is just general refuse. It doesn't say anything about the split or the amount of the percentage that is allowed to be put into the crematorium of pathological waste versus just general trash. And finally, this is kind of small potatoes, but I did want to bring to the board's attention that I think that I saw a deficiency in the cremator mass balance that was provided by Matthews Environmental. In their specifications, they state that the heat input, the supplemental fuel that they need to get, to burn the human remains, they have to use natural gas, that the capacity of the unit is 3 million BTU per hour heat input. But in their calculations, they only took account of 2.2 million BTU per hour heat input. I don't know if this was an oversight. Maybe I got it wrong, but I just wanted to bring it to the board's attention. And last slide here, almost second to last slide. I just want to talk about the dispersion model projections that appear in the permit application. So Vaughn Green ran the model to determine where the maximum concentration of emissions would occur in outdoor air after they were released from the incinerator exhaust stack. And according to those model calculations in the Vaughn Green permit application, the highest concentration of toxic emissions produced by the incinerator occur at about 110 feet. And at a receptor that was established at ground level. This was their model. They ran the model, they determined where the receptors were, they set them at ground level. And I want to emphasize this because Dr. Kinslow, in her testimony, sort of suggested that emissions that were being released out of a 40-foot stack would somehow be diluted and dispersed away from the homes that surrounded the incinerator site. And yet, according to model calculations in the permit application, the highest concentration of air pollution emissions from the incinerator occurs at a radius of 108 feet for receptors that are set at ground level. So there will be some exposure for people who live and work in the neighborhood. And I've included a map here that I took from, I guess, the PowerPoint presentation that the Vaughn Green team prepared. And what you see here is 50-foot concentric rings that move out from here where the incinerator exhaust stack will be. And then here's 50 feet, this is 100 feet, and this is 150 feet. And so this map shows that there are no homes up to 150 feet radius from the incinerator. But there are homes beginning at 200 feet from the incinerator. And I ran the dispersion model myself, the screen 3 dispersion model that's available for free at the EPA website, to see what the ground level concentration would be for receptors at 200 feet and at 250 feet and at 300 feet. And what I found was that more than 50% of the maximum concentration of air pollutants was still in the air at ground level for homes that are in the 200 and 300 foot increment from the incinerator. Residential homes within 200 feet of the incinerator exhaust stack still have up to 70% of the maximum concentration of toxic emissions. All right, last slide. In summary, this is what I want you to take away. Lots of air pollution already on the York Road corridor near the Vaughn Green Funeral Home, and it's due to things that are combustion exhaust emissions, but mostly due to mobile sources. So there's a pretty good slug of air pollution that's happening in that neighborhood. We really don't have any data on air pollution levels or PM 2.5 levels in North Baltimore because there's no monitors up there. We found that the standards change over time because science and medicine give us information that It let us know that the standards should be changed to be more protective of human health. And the current standards are under review because the existing EPA administration feels like they might not be sufficiently protective. There are lots of human health impacts right now from PM 2.5 pollution in Baltimore City, even at levels below the standards. We know from many, many reports, I just cited one, that Baltimore City population health indicators are among the worst in Maryland. I want you to know that the crematorium really is just an incinerator. It's a specialized kind of incinerator. You've heard of things like a solid waste incinerator, a hazardous waste incinerator, a medical waste incinerator. This is just a human remains incinerator. And incinerators are a source of some of the most toxic air pollutants in the atmosphere, including PM 2.5. And the question that I would like to leave for the board, and I'll thank you for your indulgence and all this time that I've spent with you, is this piece of equipment at this moment in time really in the best interest of the public health, the safety, and the general welfare of the Govins community? Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Certainly.
You testified about the standards for NDE and how they may not be appropriate at the point when additional compliance. When you handle compliance work and environmental health assessments for the Army and the Department of Defense at Aberdeen, did you conduct that compliance against various standards that were issued by the EPA?
So I don't just do work at Aberdeen Proving Ground. My office just happens to be at Aberdeen Proving Ground. But yes, I have done air quality compliance work, including emission inventories, dispersion modeling, compliance assessments, environmental audits to federal and state and local regulations all over the United States, including in Maryland, for air pollution sources that the Army possesses. And Army possesses quite a few air pollution sources. Some of you might know of them. But they possess, just like every other industry, things like boilers, generators, incinerators, paint booths, fuel service stations. So I'm intimately familiar with how these regulations are applied. And I myself have actually done air monitoring studies. I've done an 18-month study of ambient air quality. I did it in the Marshall Islands to characterize the emissions that were associated with some military sources that were located in the Marshall Islands. So yeah, I mean, if you have a question about those things, I think I could probably answer.
The question is, you assess those compliance standards and whatever your findings were against what those standards were, is that right? As opposed to what they probably should be? You understand my point? If EPA has a regulation issued in 2015 as to this is a compliance standard, this number or below, and you assess a particular pollution or pollutant against that standard, but you have information that EPA is still sort of undergoing work to get it right. In 2017, would you still be applying it against that standard, the EPA standard, even though you have information that you think requires a more stringent baseline?
I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but let me see if I'm.
Let me try to clarify it before you go on. You testified earlier about the MDE standards and they haven't been changed since 2012. There's science that has come to light that suggests maybe they should be, haven't been. The conclusion from that is the impact of those pollutants, particulate matter in particular, is probably worse than we know because the standards haven't changed. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Correct. Would you then agree, or would you say that the standards issued by the EPA, whether it's due to the last administration or whatever, those standards ought to be changed as well based on science that has taken place since the last standards were established?
Yes, and that's not my opinion. That's the opinion of the integrated science assessment. I mean, that's like a compendium of all the science that is available at this moment in time. And then beyond that report, which is just a state of the science, there's no opinion in there. There's something called, I think it's called the policy analysis that EPA puts out that is the opinion of internal EPA scientists, and that's several hundred pages long. And they said I'm not answering your question, sorry.
Well, what do you do? I think the answer is shorter than what I'm getting. Then what do you do when you have an EPA standard that you have to assess your findings against? Do you say
Well,
they're inconclusive? Wait a minute. Do you say that these are inconclusive because the compendium of thought out there is that these aren't the appropriate standards? Or do you assess it against that standard?
well, I think it's a different question for the Maryland Department of Environment than it is for you, for the zoning board. And I don't mean you personally, I mean the zoning board.
I know a question before me, but that's a question I'm posing.
Like the Maryland Department of the Environment can only evaluate compliance with the standards as they're published. You're either in or you're out, you're either complying or you don't complying. And like I said, if it's not prohibited, it's permitted. But I think your charge is different. You're looking at a broader welfare question. You're not looking at a compliance. Yeah.
I understand what our role is. I just,
okay.
There's a question.
All right, I'm sorry. I apologize if I'm not understanding. I do want to answer your question.
I think you understand. My question is, you apply it against the standards that you have, or do you withhold findings based on additional science that might render a different standard down the road? In your work with the EPA, or getting compliance with EPA standards, you have a standard that you have to meet.
Correct.
Based on the published standard, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you did in your work.
In the past, yes.
That's it. That's my question.
Okay. Again, I apologize for not, I mean, if
it's necessary, I got it.
Okay.
Okay. So I do have one question for Ms. Polyak, if I can hop in here for a second. So many of the neighbors who are going to testify today have lived in the neighborhood for years, maybe their whole life, and they intend to stay and live here for many more years. So they're concerned about long-term effects. So can you talk a little bit more about the long-term operation of incinerators? Do they tend to emit more over time or become less efficient over time?
Sure, that's an important question, and I apologize that I didn't address that more clearly in my presentation. So let me just say that, again, this is my experience having looked at incinerators like in the military community, things like, veterinary, medical waste incinerators, solid waste incinerators. Even if an incinerator operates relatively well at the beginning of its tenure, incinerators tend to degrade very quickly if they're not operated and maintained exactly according to manufacturer instructions. As an example, failing to achieve and maintain the necessary high temperatures in the different chambers causes combustion to be much less efficient. And we're talking about temperatures like in the order of 1600 degrees Fahrenheit in the secondary chamber, and I think as much as 1800 degrees in the primary. If you don't maintain those temperatures, you'll produce toxic hydrocarbons known as products of incomplete combustion. And having plastic in the chamber creates acid gases, which over time will eat away at the interior surfaces of the incinerator and lead to less efficient combustion. Having an incinerator also is always a temptation to use it to dispose of materials for which it may not have been designed. And when that happens, incinerators can quickly devolve into backyard burn barrels if all of the operation and maintenance obligations aren't strictly observed. Even in the best of circumstances, most incinerators end up failing and needing significant maintenance and repairs. I don't think it's an accident that Matthews Environmental told us a few minutes ago that in addition to selling the most incinerators, they're responsible for the maintenance of more incinerators than anybody in the United States, because to keep them operating at the high heat and the acid gases, that takes a big toll on nearly every kind of material that's used in the incinerator. A telltale sign that an incinerator isn't operating properly is when like a rust or a burn spot appears on the exhaust stack column, which we won't be able to see now because, again, I just heard in the testimony that they put a bell tower around the exhaust stack, which I don't really understand because the temperatures at the exhaust stack are supposed to be like 1100 degrees Fahrenheit. I can't imagine what that bell tower must be made of, but it does worry me a little bit that it might impair the cooling of the exhaust stack, but maybe they took that into account. In any case, I guess a good question to be thinking about is, will Vaughn Green have the sufficient resources and expertise and intention to ensure that the incinerator operates efficiently from the standpoint of emission control over the long term? I don't know. It does take a lot of intention, a lot of care to keep them operating properly. At least that's my experience.
Okay. Do any other board members have any questions for this witness before I let her go?
I don't.
I do.
Nope.
I don't.
Okay, I think the next person, thank you so much, Ms. Polyak. The next person is Councilman Conway, if he's on.
Okay, I see him on here. I'll shift Miss Polyak to and add Councilman Conway as a panelist. All right, Councilman Conway, you're unmuted.
All right, can you guys see me? Excellent. Thank you. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to talk today, and really want to thank Lisa for all the insight that she provided in advance. It's going to make my job 1,000 times easier. I don't have to give all the dirty details. Once again, my name is Councilman Conway. I represent the 4th District, which is North Baltimore and Northeast Baltimore. The York Road corridor is literally the backbone of my community. It splits my district in half. It's really the core of much of my focus, as it's the key throughway within my district, the key major business area within my district as well. So I'm here to echo my letter that I sent in a couple of weeks ago, opposing the change in conditional use. Because my job as councilman is sometimes complicated. I have to find ways to support businesses, but also have to find a way to support communities and bolster communities. I want to see my communities grow. And many times those interests intersect. They're the same, but when they don't, I've got to be very thoughtful and balancing competing perspectives, all of which I tried to do here in considering whether or not to support or to oppose the conditional use change. One of the major considerations, all of which Ms. Polyak alluded to, were the environmental considerations. First and foremost, of course, the pollution, which results in worse health outcomes for folks in the immediate communities, and increased rates of respiratory illness, such as asthma, which is already at epidemic levels within the city of Baltimore. The childhood asthma rate is already double the national average. I can't really justify continuing to add additional pollution in already bad area when it comes to air pollution. Now, last but not least, but Baltimore is already struggling with hotter days. This is maybe less of a technical concern given the amount of pollution, but of course this adds to additional air quality problems and climate change as we burn fossil fuels, incinerate people. Now, the key part here, I've tried to be very thoughtful in understanding how I could support Mr. Green. I understand he needs, for a number of reasons, the change in the market and the needs of the communities that he's working with to meet those needs. The major concern here was the location. Houses in the Winston Govins neighborhood and the Richmond Springs neighborhood are just a couple dozen feet away, as you saw on the map earlier that Ms. Polyak put up. And although Von Green has been a valued part of the community, they've been phenomenal for years. They do a great job keeping up their property. They're very responsive and otherwise. The location and the health risks are two really deal breakers for me. I've got children. I know many folks in that immediate area within just a couple dozen feet of the funeral home have children, and taking those things into consideration, I can't really support this crematorium. I don't think it's in the best interest of the community. I understand it may be in the best interest of a broader clientele, but certainly the folks that live in this community and the folks that will live in this community, communities, I can't find a good reason to support it. So I want to urge you on the board to take that into consideration and to not support this conditional use change. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Conway. I don't have any further questions for him. Anybody else? No? Okay, thank you. The next
Bill,
is Jackie Williams. Oh, wait.
Bill, I think you were muted, Bill.
Okay, I only heard the last two sentences of the council person's testimony. I got thrown out.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I'll give you the maybe 15-second rendition, really reiterating a lot of the environmental concerns that Lisa brought up, having to do with air quality. Already the Baltimore area being a very significant area where we have issues with asthma, especially in those surrounding communities around where Von Green is proposing the incinerator. But then also, this is just a few dozen feet away from people's homes. Folks with children, folks trying to raise families, homes that we're trying to, homes and neighborhoods that we're trying to revitalize. And as I try to balance those interests, I can't see this being good for the immediate community and the immediate nearby neighborhoods, although it may be good for his clientele. I do want to support Von Green. I just don't know that I can support this here.
Thanks, Councilman. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
How late do we expect to go this afternoon?
I guess we'd have to know that from Ms. Witt.
I have several community folks who I think their testimony will each be about 6 or 7 minutes. And then I have a wrap-up kind of argument that I'd like to give. So I'm guessing, I don't know if we have a hard stop or not, but I'm assuming that it might take another 45 minutes to an hour.
That was going to be my guess as well with what you said.
That's fair. Bill, can you send me a chat, or we need?
If I could chime in, based
Sure.
on the testimony so far, our rebuttal witnesses will be at least an hour. Just to let you know.
Should I keep going? Call my next person? Okay. Jackie Williams.
Yep, I've made her a panelist and she's unmuted.
Great. Jackie, could you, if you can, turn your camera on and introduce yourself to the board and give your statement that you'd prepared?
Hi, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm Jackie Whitfield Williams. My parents and I moved to the 700 block of Richwood Avenue in 1958, and I was 2 years old at that time. We lived there until they purchased a home around the corner at 4805 Renwood Avenue in 1962. My brother, cousin, and I were raised there, and my parents and brothers still reside there. I bought a home in the 700 block of Richwood Avenue and raised my son in the neighborhood now called Rich North Springs. 4805 Renwood is our family home. Von Green has handled the final care for our beloved 103-year-old grandmother in 2002 and personally sat with our family as we made plans. Mr. Green has provided excellent final care for my uncles, aunts, mother-in-law, father-in-law, cousins, and neighbors and friends, and prayerfully he will continue to do so when the need arises. Our neighborhood has seen many changes in the past 62 years, and many not for the better, but a fresh new breeze is stirring. New families, many with children, are moving in. 2 new schools have been built. Trees are being planted and homes being revitalized. So why here for a crematorium? Mr. Miller of Von Green says because the bulk of the requests for the service come from this area. So does that mean because we wear Nikes, a Nike plant should be opened here? Of course not. And that's not a valid reason to place a crematorium in this neighborhood. This is a service requested due to beliefs or financial reasons, but not limited to the residents of 21212. In the November meeting, Mr. Miller told me that the neighborhood would be flyered to alert the neighbors, but no notification was ever put out by the funeral home to the residents. Word is bond. At the November meeting, we were told about the running of the crematorium, particulate matter, and the cleaning of the stainless steel lined stacks. I questioned then, how could this be a clean process if the stack was only cleaned once per year? And what of the other 364 days this particulate matter would be going into the air? We were told approximately 200 bodies would be cremated per year. However, we have since learned that the funeral home has been approved to run the incinerator 6 days per week. What happens when other funeral homes request to use this service? Will they be denied access to this service? Mr. Green has stated that he is our neighbor, but in fact, he is a business that, while is needed and deeply respected, this does not make him a resident of the neighborhood. My concern is about the human value. Baltimore was once a blue-collar town with plants and businesses around the city spewing out byproducts in the air. We now know that many of these byproducts were hazardous and later found to cause chronic respiratory diseases that not only affected the workers, but their families and folks who lived in close proximity. In our neighborhood, for years, we complained about the smell of natural gas that permeated the air. People would come out with a meter and state, there's no problem. However, in 2019 and 2020, major work was done to vent the gas. We want our neighborhood to be a place that offers stability, a place to put down roots, a place children can play in their backyards safely, and folks can sit on porches and not worry about breathing in cremain particulates. Why should our zip code carry the burden of poor air quality from this source? Why should 20 years down the line there be an increase in asthma and chronic respiratory diseases, or worse, from something that was deemed safe? A crematorium is not needed here because this truly is a neighborhood, no matter what the social problems we see on the surface. We are people who care for and about each other. This is not the legacy that we want for the families who live here now and who will reside here in the future. To quote Maya Angelou, when we know better, we do better. I am not against cremation, but I am against an incinerator in the midst of our neighborhood. Thank you for this chance to voice my opinion.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Williams, I just have one question for you. So Mr. Green said in the previous hearing that minority citizens are deprived of cremation services in their neighborhood. Do you agree with that statement? Do you think that minority citizens are deprived of cremation services in this neighborhood?
Absolutely not. My family is not a proponent of cremation, but my best friend, I have two best friends that grew up on Richwood, and I grew up on Renwood. And her family utilizes the cremation services of Vaughn Green. She has buried the bulk of her brothers. She had 6 brothers, and they have buried 4 of them from Vaughn Green, and they were cremated. And well, 3 of them, and her mom, who had a normal service. So no, I don't think so. I also know that, even though they say that this is the neighborhood that's asking for this service more so than any other neighborhood, bodies are not prepared on site. I've dealt with Vaughn Green. He's done a wonderful service, but we have a time frame when we bring our loved ones clothing for viewing, and it's because they prepare the bodies off site. So why do we need a crematorium? I understand them having the problem of needing to be to walk with the body to make sure who they give, who they put into the crematorium is the person they pull out. But we don't need this in our neighborhood. We certainly pay for the services that are rendered and will continue to do so. So this is not something that our neighborhood is being deprived of.
Thank you so much. Any other questions before we call the next person? Okay. Ann Landsey is the next person on the list. Thank you, Jackie. Can you,
What did I do?
nope, you're doing great. Just, you can start your video if you want to, and then you can address the board and tell them what you want to tell them.
Okay. I'm here representing the Kimberly Road Neighborhood Association, as well as myself. We did survey all of our neighbors, and they are adamantly opposed to the building of a crematorium. I have to agree with Ms. Williams that even though my great aunt, who was 100 when she passed, was cremated at her wish, we don't have a problem with that. We just have a problem with where it is now. Another thing, I want to thank Ms. Pollock for bringing all the health issues to light. I can honestly say that as a kid, I was asthmatic. I went away and lived out of state for 13 years. And it wasn't until I came back to Baltimore, to this house, that my health problems reoccurred. And I'm still dealing with them. And yes, there have been several men on our street who worked at Sparrows Point. We met 4 of them, and all 4 of them died of cancer. You know, so because we have a very, I call it an eclectic group of neighbors, because we do a little bit of everything. On Kimberly Road, you can find an accountant, a policeman, a fireman, Sparrows Point, a nurse, you name it, we have it on Kimberly Road. So I'm not going to hold things up, but I just want to let you know that we are opposed to this. It's not anything against Mr. Green. We've used my family has used Mr. Green to render services for family members. It's just that we just don't feel like this is the right place to put the crematorium. And as Ms. Williams said, and she must have been reading my little notes, the bodies are prepared off-site, and if I'm not mistaken, up on Edmondson Avenue. So why not have all of that up there at the Edmondson Avenue site, because there's lots of space up there, rather than bringing it down to York Road, because really York Road doesn't need another thing. Being out here since 1957, I've seen the changes. I know what was what. Right down from, okay, somebody's gonna laugh. When I'm riding down the street as an 8-year-old, my father said, "Oh, Daddy, there's a movie." But the movie was an X-rated movie. That is now a church. So you didn't know that. I know, I can see it on your face. But anyway, so that's how long we've been out here. I mean, when we came out here, the buses were cable car, streetcars running, on tracks. So we're against it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Landsey. I will go to my next witness if there are no questions. Thank you. Chris Forrest is the next person. And Chris, if you want to start your video and you can just give your statement. There you go. I can't hear you though.
He's unmuted.
Yeah.
On my end.
Test, microphone, test.
Oh wait,
we can hear you
now.
now.
Yeah.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
I guess I have to wear this on my on my head. I would thank the board for giving me an opportunity. I definitely want to keep everybody along. A lot of stuff has already kind of been said, so I don't want to be too redundant. So my name is Chris Forrest. I'm president of Winston Govin's Neighborhood Association, Improvement Association, as well as York Road Partnership. And I'm also president of Community Relations Council, working with the Northern District Police Department. and I've been in Winston-Govins since 2005. Over the years, many of us have been seeking efforts to improve the quality of life for the York Road, 20 plus communities, organizations, faith-based anchorage institutions, as well as city organizations. I personally reside in a community on the east side of York Road, same side as Vaughn Green. And I'm here to not only support my community, but support the immediate communities which you're hearing from in regards to the expression of disagreement of the incinerator being so close within their vicinity, both written and verbally, they've expressed this. As many mentioned, we're trying to attract new homeowners and residents and improve the area, and we've diligently working over the years to develop long-term strategies to improve the York Road corridor commercial area, from Skate Street initiatives to York Road corridor plan. All this has been approved by the city. And it was also mentioned that we do have 2 21st century schools, Walter P. Carter and Govins Elementary, that are underway now and just built and being populated. With the proposed incinerator, the long-term residents you're hearing now have raised concerns regarding health impact. Will it be safe? Will their backyards be affected by the particulates from the incinerator smokestacks? And even worse, for it being in such a close proximity, to the point of, they're thinking of potentially people may leaving. We're already stressed trying to bring more life to the community. So the incinerator in a dense community area is not viewed as an asset by the community. It's already generated concerns, which we're hearing today as a result of that, and it's also becoming, less appealing. In addition to more vacant properties that the community struggles with in regards to that. Over time, as I work, the goal is to seek mutual agreement to achieve the objective of the businesses related to the community. It's been identified that Vaughn Green is a good partner with the city and current financial services that they provide to the Black community overall. And this has been stated, and there's no disputing that. As recently, and others have said it as for recently, July 2020, they serviced my brother who passed away in the Randallstown facility. And they supported that. They were exceptional as far as the service and how everybody handled everything. And he requested and he was cremated. So again, it's nothing with cremation. I have respect for Vaughn Green, the service it provides, and have no angst or desire of the crematory as it serves my family and others. But as been mentioned multiple times from Councilman Conway to Jackie as well, it's just not here. Why this location? And this location is not the best location. What is in dispute is misleading and implying that the immediate community and Vaughn Green's neighbors requested the incinerator next to their homes, which you're hearing. That's not the case. This is why we're in opposition today. And I walked the streets surrounding Vaughn Green to ensure the community was aware of this. Unfortunately, they weren't. And it wasn't to get them against, it's more make them aware so their voice can be heard. Once they started hearing it, they were very frustrated. They expressed fear and confusion. I encouraged them to attend the Vaughn Green sessions that were held to get information themselves. They got information themselves. These individuals that are attending heard from Vaughn Green directly, and they're still in opposition of it. So the community members represented today agree that there's a benefit for the city for a crematorium. We wish Vaughn Green well, and we hope they can establish that. We only requested that Vaughn Green seek another location, which they refused to do. So we simply asked the zoning board to hear the voice of the community and deny this. As you hear, the most impacted residents kind of express their views. And that's my testimony.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing no questions, I'm going to move on to my next person. I have 2 more. Anik Barker. Anik, looks like
Okay.
you're on.
Yes,
so you can
I'm
go
coming.
forward.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for the opportunity to talk with you this afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we
Good.
can.
Okay, great. My name is Anik Barker, as Becky mentioned, And I live on Rossiter Avenue in the neighborhood of Radnor Winston, which is directly across York Road from Vaughn Green Funeral Home. My husband and I have lived in our house for 18 years and we're raising 2 children here. Our house is half a block from the funeral home. In the wintertime, we can see it from our front porch. On behalf of my family, my concerned neighbors, and the Radnor Winston Improvement Association, I would like to respectfully request that you deny the application for a human crematorium at 4905 York Road. I'm testifying today because my neighbors and I have serious concerns about the impact of a crematorium, which is, as has been pointed out several times today, an industrial incinerator with no external pollution controls. We're deeply concerned about the effects on the health of our young children and vulnerable family members and on the vitality of our neighborhood itself. As Chris discussed, Radnor Winston neighborhood is an active member of the York Road Partnership, an umbrella association of neighborhoods along York Road that seeks to meet common goals and interests. Over the last decade, hundreds of residents from both sides of York Road have devoted thousands of hours and attended countless community meetings to make our neighborhoods safer, healthier, more equitable, and attractive to future homebuyers and residents. This is our home, and we want more people to choose to make it theirs. We're beginning to see some success, including a comprehensive York Road revitalization plan and 2 brand new public school buildings. A crematory incinerator has never been discussed as part of this revitalization work. In fact, as community leaders will tell you, a crematory incinerator actually works against our vision and our plan for a safer, cleaner, and more equitable York Road corridor for everyone. We already have our work cut out for us. As Ms. Polyak informed you earlier, York Road neighborhoods already deal with more than our fair share of existing environmental hazards and high rates of respiratory illness. The area immediately surrounding the funeral home is already heavily burdened by businesses and activities that emit significant small particle and toxic air emissions every day, and all night. But instead of helping to reduce the air pollution neighboring residents already live with, the incinerator would add yet another source of air pollution to our neighborhoods that are full of families with kids and elderly people. I personally know 20 children who live less than a block from the west side of Vaughn Green, and most of those children are under the age of 6. And I can tell you, because I've talked to them, the parents of those children are extremely concerned. Lane Scott Nelson, who is our block captain for Croson Avenue, with 2 small children, can see Vaughn Green from her bathroom window. Lane says that she was already concerned about existing pollution from York Road, and she has stated that adding a crematory incinerator would simply make it too hazardous for her family to stay here. Emily Finton, the vice president of our neighborhood association, also lives about a block from Vaughn Green on Croson Avenue. She has 2 small children as well, ages 4 and 5, both of whom have asthma. And she is highly concerned about adding more pollution to this already stressed area. She wants measures taken to reduce pollutants that threaten her growing children. Vanessa Rose, another parent on my block, said emphatically that in honoring the deceased, we should not be harming the living in the process. These parents' concerns reflect my own. I myself have a child who began suffering from asthma as a baby. We've been to the ER many times as a result, and now as a teenager, she has to be careful when she exercises outside. Let me say, we are not smokers, and we run air filters in our house. The suggestion that outside air pollutants or bad air days don't have an impact on children's health in our area is simply not consistent with our nor our neighbors' lived experience. Many other families who live within a block of me are also worried about the possibility of a crematory incinerator. And I know you've received a lot of letters and signed petitions from our neighborhood urging you not to authorize yet another environmental hazard to our kids and families. In addition to affecting our individual families, we're also worried about the families who are expressing a desire to move if this incinerator is approved. Right now, Radnor Winston is a stable neighborhood with few vacancies, but that could easily change. The revitalization plans for the York Road corridor that so many of us have been working so hard on focus on improving our assets and marketing our communities to new residents. Locating an incinerator of human waste smack dab in the middle of our communities works against the progress we have made and are trying to make. The last thing Baltimore City needs is to destabilize thriving and striving communities like ours. So we ask you, please direct Vaughn Green to go back to the drawing board and reconsider how to safely offer this service in a more appropriate location. That location should not be in the middle of neighborhoods that are working hard to improve the health and welfare of their residents. And the first step in that direction is for you to turn down this application. On behalf of the Radnor Winston neighborhood and all of the families who live here and nearby, I urge you to do that today. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Anik. I don't see any questions. So I know I said I had 2 more last time, but I actually have 2 more right now. So Moira Horowitz, she said she would keep it under 2 minutes. So she's going next. Okay, you can go ahead. I think you're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I will try to make myself visible. I don't know how to do that. Anyway, so my name is Mara and I live at 525 Rossiter Avenue, and I moved here. I bought my house in 2014. I've worked very hard to make this neighborhood more family friendly. After 6 years of trying, we're finally getting a speed bump on this street. I plan on having children here. I plan on living here for the rest of my life until they drag me out. And I just don't want to do that with a crematorium at the end of the street. And I, as a person who moved here in 2014 and who knows what York Road looks like, which is honestly not good. There's nothing that draws you to this part of York Road. It's just chains, and the funeral home looks nice, but you know, people come for funerals and that kind of thing, the post office, but nobody's going to come here and hang out. And you know, a crematorium is only going to deter people even more. Also, in terms of pollution, the Rossiter Corner grocery store, which is another, you know, great establishment, is very popular to people who like to drive up, park their cars, leave them idling, and then talk to their friends and or go into the store. So I feel like that corner already gets enough pollution and does not need any more. We want things that are positive for the people who live here now, not for the people who are leaving the neighborhood. Yes.
Thank
so
you.
That's
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then our last person is Cindy Camp.
Okay, there we go. All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. If you want to start your video, you can do that.
Okay, there we go. So I apologize. I am sitting in my car because I have a house full of children. So let me begin. My name is Cindy Kemp, and I live in, can you see the video? Because it was there, it's gone, I see. Okay.
We can see you. Yeah.
My name is Cindy Kemp, and I live in the 500 block of Radnor Avenue. And I actually look out of my bedroom window and see Vaughn Green's back area. My opposition to the crematorium being at the York Road location is mental health concerns, as well as all possible unknown long-term health risks. We have a 7-bedroom home with 11 family members residing there. My grandson Amari has chronic asthma. My brother is unfortunately bedridden. He has chronic bronchitis. My mom has lung issues, and I have Sjogren's disease, which is an autoimmune disease. It's a lupus form disease. But remembering, we didn't know the negative effects of lead paint until we began to deal with the devastating, mostly in the Black community, effects of it. I apologize. It's just a little bit overwhelming to me. Some of these children will never have a normal life again. We have become a society built on poisoning. When I was knocking on doors in my neighborhood to see how many of my neighbors were in opposition to the crematorium, it was very disheartening. It was visibly disappointing, and it was disillusioning. All of them were so, if I could just express the sadness in their hearts. They couldn't believe it. They said, "Where were y'all at? Are y'all just coming? We were waiting for y'all." That means that people are always waiting for something that maybe they'd have the courage to do themselves. Okay, so I thought a lot about the last hearing, so I have some things to touch on with Mr. Green's statement about the mistrust in the Black community. It starts right here in hearings like this. I need y'all to hear us and to see us. A bunch of white people in a room making decisions for a predominantly Black community. That's how we feel. And I'm not a racist. I love all people, I promise you. I and my neighbors feel like invisible people. Mr. Green has had enough money to have paid experts to testify on the safety of a crematorium. But respectfully, I tell you, they don't live in my community. They don't live here. And in response to Mr. Green's testimony, they're having to outsource his customers, loved ones outside of the city. Sir, I promise you, I have grieved the loss of several people that I love very much. This is an important ceremony to many, but I need you to understand this is why I'm in opposition of the crematorium in my backyard, so to speak. I don't want these pollutants in my neighborhood to cause me to lose another loved one. We need to be concerned about the souls that's living as well as the souls that are transitioning on without considering the health and well-being of the people in Golden's community. We have to think about the living. We do, and I sympathize with everyone. We have all lost people, and I love everyone. I sympathize with their loss. Mr. Green, I just want to thank you. But before I go into how important having your business is in this community, I did some research on my own, and this comes from the health department, because you can't leave out race when you talk about these issues. Race, equity, and inclusion. This comes from the health department. It is impossible to talk about health in Baltimore without addressing the significant disparities that exist because of structural discrimination, racism, poverty, and historical practice of exclusion. As a result, every aspect of the work we do in Baltimore City Health Department is rooting and combating health and equity and ensuring that all residents of our city have the right to a healthy, robust life. We commit to applying this lens to our actions. So meaning that everyone have a right to have a healthy lifestyle going forward. And so I asked Mr. Green that you realize that I'm thankful for you. Mr. Green, I believe that you're using your ties with the church and the Black community to guilt and bully us into having a crematorium at this location. I too want to be cremated. I'm not against cremation. Please understand that. When I die, I don't want to risk the health of others, and I don't care how my corpse is transported. It seems cold, but it's true. I'm no longer there. My faith is strong, and I know I will be with my God. Mr. Green, thank you for your service in my community. I respect you, and I congratulate you on your successes thus far. I have several roles. I am a mother, a grandmother, a daughter. It is my responsibility to keep my family and community safe as possible. I just ask that you realize that truly all lives matter, really. America has a conscious problem, and we're a society built on poisoning our community. I feel like when I live in this community that it's like post-traumatic stress. I can say how it feels. And it's already a community that feels oppressed and marginalized. So please, this is the wrong location for this crematorium. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Okay, so I'm gonna use the rest of our time to wrap up and go over just a couple very specific things that hadn't been mentioned by other people. And maybe a couple things that I wanted you to take a closer look at. So Katie, could you give me the ability to share my screen? Okay. Okay. Is there a little box? Okay. Let's see here. Okay. So I wanted to, Lisa kind of went over this a little bit in her testimony. I wanted to point out the fact that there is a logical inconsistency in the zoning code or a conflict in the zoning code. Incinerators are forbidden. Normally speaking, just making sure this isn't blocking anything. Normally speaking, if a use, as you all know, since you're on the zoning board, if a use is not included or listed in the zoning code, then that means it's forbidden. But there is a section in the zoning code that talks about, it wants to make very clear that these uses are forbidden. And incinerator is one of those uses, along with other harmful things like nuclear power plants, landfills, and other things. So moving on to the definition of incinerator. Incinerator is a combustion unit that uses controlled flame combustion for the thermal destruction of solid waste, and then it includes a bunch of definitions of solid waste. And we've seen from the application that Von Green Funeral Home submitted to MDE that they're using the emissions factors for medical waste incinerators. So this is nothing different between a medical waste incinerator and a crematorium. It's a matter of marketing the difference. And so when there's a conflicting provision in the zoning code, the code sets minimum requirements, meaning that it's intended to protect health, safety, and welfare. So if there's a more permissive regulation and a more restrictive regulation, the condition that is more restrictive governs. So just to sum that up, again, crematorium, which is a type of incinerator, is allowable by conditional use or even permitted by right in certain districts. And an incinerator, the larger, more inclusive category that crematoria fall within, are forbidden in every single zoning district, including industrial zoning districts. So because the incinerator ban is the more restrictive provision, we believe that incinerators are forbidden and therefore the board can't approve this crematorium use. But I'm gonna continue on from that argument, kind of use a belt and suspenders approach to talk about the factors as well. So let me see here. Okay, so the applicants today and in their exhibits that they submitted to the board brought up other existing crematoria, and I'm not going to go through all of those examples by any means, but I will highlight a few that are either in Baltimore City or close by. So one of them is Bayview Crematory, where we heard a little bit about that today and the different home prices over time. Obviously, this has been the site of a lot of residential development over the past few years, which might affect the data there. But you can see here from this screenshot that the closest home to the Bayview Crematory is about 800 feet away. In the Von Green case, the closest home, as we saw in Lisa's slides and in the slides that really Von Green created for themselves, the closest home is about 200 feet away. So the Bayview Crematory is 4 times further away from houses than the Von Green Funeral Home is. Similarly, the Ruck Funeral Home was given as an example as well. And you can see here that this is in Towson, it's not in the city. Just up the road really on York Road as well. But this is a very dense commercial area. It's right off of the Beltway, and the closest house to this crematory is on the other side of the Beltway, a little bit less than 800 feet as well. So this is also about 4 times further away from a home than the Vaughn Green Funeral Home. Now I want to take some time to talk about the Joseph Brown Funeral Home as well, because that one is very close to houses. So this is a screenshot from Baltimore City Code Map, and this parcel that's outlined in this bluish green color is the Joseph Brown Funeral Home, and the crematorium is somewhere located on this parcel. I'm not sure where it is. It doesn't really matter that much, because you can see that there are residential properties very, very close to where this crematorium is located. But what I also wanted to show is that these properties are parcels that have a little orange square on them. You can see that here in many places. These are all parcels that have vacant building notices on them currently. So that means that the city has gone out and has determined that a certain property has been vacant for at least 12 months and has put a vacant building notice, attached it to that property. You can see a lot more over here. If you can see my cursor kind of to the east and to the south of this funeral home. You can also see these properties that are this bluish color that are completely colored in. These are all city-owned properties. And then the ones that are colored in that purple color are owner-occupied properties. So to kind of boil down what is going on in this block, what is going on in this neighborhood to a series of STAT numbers, I think really misses the point of what's happening here. These blocks are vacant. They are half vacant at least, because we know that a lot of properties out there in the city that don't have vacant building notices on them are vacant as well. And so it's just very disingenuous, I think, to say that because nobody has complained, that means that everything's going well. When half of these blocks are vacant or about to be demolished, these parcels here that are outlined in this gold color have just been demolished. This PB here means that there's a lead paint violation. There is so much going on in this neighborhood that has nothing to do with the crematorium. But that doesn't mean that the people who live there don't care about the crematorium. I would hazard a guess that most of them don't realize that it's there, and that doesn't mean that it doesn't have health impacts on them.
Ms. Witt, do you know how long the Joseph Brown Funeral Home has operated the crematorium at that location?
I'm not sure, but I could find out, and I'm sure Mr. Green could, the applicant side could figure that out as well. I know it was before Transform came about, but it could be something like 10 years, but I'm not sure. By contrast, this is the code map screenshot for the Vaughn Green Funeral Home. And if you remember the colors from what I talked about before, there is maybe a vacant building notice here on the lower side of the screen on Charter Oak. There might be another one, but they're, I guess on the lower right-hand side. But by and large, these parcels are owner occupied for the most part on both sides of the street and really show a lot more stability. Not to say that folks who are tenants are not also important parts of the community. I don't mean to say that at all, but you can just see from the map that this is a very different situation here as opposed to Joseph Brown. This is a small point, and so I will not dwell on it by any means, but the Dr. Kinslow, when she was referring to this ABLE Foundation report that a lot of people had mentioned in their letters about childhood asthma in Baltimore. She was, and this is the link to the foundation report if you want to read it, but this is the title of it over here on the left, but she was very emphatic that at no point in the report did anyone ever talk about ambient air quality. She said it was only about indoor air quality. It never discussed ambient air or outdoor air quality. And it's just not true. So I thought I would include this screenshot that talks, they're talking about environmental triggers for asthma, and some of those environmental triggers are things like particulate matter, ozone, and nitrogen dioxide, which are all things that this crematorium would emit. Okay. So I'm going to stop sharing for a second, but I might come back to it. I will come back to my slides in a second. I just wanted to go over some of the arguments that were made. And some of these have already been made really beautifully by the community. So Mr. Green said that cremation is becoming more and more popular. It's a service that customers are asking for and that they want. We don't have a problem with cremation in general. You know, if it's the best choice for people's families, what we have a problem with is the location of this specific crematorium. And the board often hears people come in and say, this community doesn't want XYZ, or this community does want this thing. And it's really not a factor to be considered under the zoning code, whether or not something is desired by a clientele. It's just not relevant. So what is relevant is whether this incinerator should be allowed at this specific location. We are arguing that it should not be. Mr. Green also talked quite a bit about how this is a less expensive mode of disposition than burial. And I just wanted to highlight the fact that just because the customer is not paying a cost doesn't mean there isn't a greater cost to society. It's called a negative externality. It just means that you're pushing the cost of that cremation onto other people in the form of people having to breathe increased air pollution. Overall, the neighbors by and large, as you've heard, don't have a problem with the funeral home as it currently operates or with Mr. Green himself. Many of them have hired Mr. Green's company when they needed funeral services for their own loved ones. But that doesn't mean that we want an incinerator in this neighborhood. And I'm sure that Mr. Green does not intend to harm anybody, but there's a lot of harm that's done in this world by people who do not intend to harm. And finally, I think I'd like to kind of circle back to maybe what Mr. Fields was questions were about. I don't want to presume, but so the emissions are or could be under the threshold limit for an MDE air permit. We don't know that for sure because MDE has not issued an air quality permit because zoning approval is required first. But we do know that from Ms. Polyak's testimony that these emission standards do not necessarily protect the health and safety of communities, especially vulnerable communities that are already dealing with significant health burdens. So I just wanted to, I'll share again as I wrap up here. Okay. All right. So I created a map of all of there were a lot of petitions and a lot of letters, obviously, of opposition. So I created a map that shows the addresses of those petitions and letters of opposition. So the petition signatures are in the form of these blue circles, and the letters of opposition are in the form of these green quotation mark circles. I also mapped out, we talked quite a bit about the support from the different pastors who had supported Mr. Green. If you read those letters, they're mostly about how Mr. Green is a good person and that they respect him, which again, we don't dispute. But you can also see that these churches are nowhere near the Vaughn Green Funeral Home. They are from all different parts of Baltimore City. And if you zoom in a little bit further, you can see that, so this red outline is the outline of the 21212 zip code. It actually goes further out into Baltimore County, but this is the city-county line here. And you can see that there are, there's one church that's relatively close by, but you can really see the density of these letters and petitions in opposition is right next to the funeral home. And if you zoom in a little bit further, this little star is obviously the funeral home. And so people like Cindy Camp went door to door to really talk to all their neighbors to try to get a sense of how people were feeling about this. So you can really see where folks went with petitions on this slide. Okay, so I wanted to highlight a comment from the very end of Dr. Kinslow's testimony. This is an exhibit that I had submitted as an attachment to my memorandum 2 weeks ago before the original hearing. And it, it shows the asthma rates as modeled by the CDC in the census district, in each census district. So in this case, Vaughn Green is located about here. This being the York Road corridor, obviously. And so there's, rates of adult asthma here. There is we use the map of COPD, which is kind of chronic lung disease. You can see here that Vaughn Green's about here. I'm not sure why this is called Kenilworth Park. I've never heard people use that name for that neighborhood, but we're really talking about Richmond Springs. So this is where Vaughn Green is located, right here. And the last map that we use as an example is heart disease. So in each of these maps, you can really see that this neighborhood has a much higher incidence of these kinds of diseases than their neighbors. And so, excuse me. So what Dr. Kinslow said is, and I'm going to give a direct quote, if you pull back from the Vaughn Green area and you look at all of Baltimore City, you see that these colors and these incidence rates that are projected for asthma, COPD, and heart disease are not necessarily unique to just that area near Vaughn Green's facility. And she's 100% right. I completely agree. So for the board's convenience, I took screenshots of a citywide view to share with the board on each of those things. So adult asthma, COPD, and heart disease, so that you can get a more zoomed out look of what those maps look like throughout the whole city and compare it to what they are with this specific neighborhood. So before I share those images though, I just wanted to take, for everyone who's on the call today, to take 3 seconds to imagine what those maps are going to look like. For those of us who live in Baltimore City, which I know not everybody on this call does, but for those of us who are familiar with this neighborhood and with other neighborhoods in Baltimore, we might have an idea of what they might look like. So here's the asthma map. And here is the COPD map. Again, we're talking about this neighborhood right up here. So you can really tell that it is still on the darker side in terms of that shows a higher incidence of disease. And here is the heart disease map. So I want to borrow a concept from Dr. Lawrence Brown's book. He's a researcher who's done a lot of research into Baltimore City. He very recently was a professor here. And he describes this map as showing the white L and the black butterfly. So these are terms that you've probably heard before if these are the kinds of issues that you pay attention to. They're not just demographic descriptions of who lives where though, but you can just map so many different things in Baltimore and the same exact pattern will show up. Health, access to transportation, crime and safety, capital investment, the same patterns show up over and over again. And I'm wrapping it up here, but years ago, I was talking with the chairman of the liquor board about a particular corner that out of 4 available corners on one intersection had 3 liquor stores. So only one corner did not have a liquor store on it. And he looked at me and said, how did that happen? And he wasn't joking. The answer, of course, is you put it there. Maybe it didn't happen when he was the chair of the liquor board, but somebody on some version of the liquor board over time approved one liquor license, and then they approved another liquor license, and then they approved another liquor license. And whether that was due to carelessness or apathy or a mistake, it happens one liquor store at a time. And that is the same thing that's true here. These emission sources happen one at a time. So the consultants on the other side, they point to other causes of things like asthma from indoor air quality or genetic background or exposures at school or at work. And we agree with that. We're not saying that these maps came into being because of crematoria. There are only 3 within the city limits, but there are lots of other kinds of air emission sources. There's poor air quality inside many homes due to mold and absentee landlords. There's poor air quality in our old and underfunded schools. There's a truck route running down York Road. you can imagine where there is not a truck route. There's no truck route running down Charles Street or Roland Avenue. Somebody made those choices. There are genetic components, certainly, but all of these little choices made in this context of systemic racism and poverty, most of these choices were not made by anybody who meant to harm anyone, but they've added up to the map that you see here. So, and I, 2 more minutes, but as Dr. Brown says in his book, racism is a public health emergency, and this map is depicting an emergency. I think sometimes some of us get a little bit blasé about maps like this, or that we take it for granted like it's always been like this, or this is just some kind of geographical feature of the city, just like our shoreline or topography of the land. But there's nothing natural or inevitable about this map. This map exists because of small choices that were made one at a time over a long period of time. And these choices were made by people like the folks on this board in hearings exactly like this one. So I have one more piece of good news for you this afternoon, which is that we're not asking you to fix the whole map today. We're asking you to make one choice on this one application that is before you, which will prevent the map, in our opinion, from getting worse than it already is. And we're asking you to not add one more straw to the camel's back, to not add one more source of air pollution to a corridor that is already polluted and to a population that is already vulnerable. This is not an appropriate place for an incinerator of human remains. So we're asking you to vote no on this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Okay, so Mr. Chair, how would you like to proceed? We have approximately 60 people on the attendee list, and we have probably 3 call-in users.
of those 60 people on the attendee list, 60 people who would like to speak.
Well, we don't know that. We have a few people who have put in the chat that they are interested in speaking. So I can start with the one individual who's interested in speaking in the chat. And
let's do this first. Let's figure out what point we're going to need to cut off. One of the board members raised an issue previously, given Mr. Ramsey's representation that he's got at least an hour, given where we were then, of rebuttal. I don't know that there's any way we're going to be able to finish this testimony and this evidence in this session.
I think this is a good point to cut it off, James.
And I'm trying to figure out, and trust me, the board will have to work to figure out how we can get all the rest of this in and conclude it. I recognize that, the length of the appellant's presentation was, but we're not doing minute for minute. We don't want to impinge on the opportunity of the opposition. Not to be redundant or duplicative, but fairness, we want to give you the opportunity.
okay, well,
how long that testimony would be.
right. Well, do you want to, we could do a couple of different things. So I have, I've only had 2 people essentially say that they wish to speak. We could go through and we could poll the attendees in support or in opposition. And that way each person has the ability to say if they oppose and they've been here the whole time.
I guess that's one way to approach it. If that probably is a shorter time. We're not taking testimony from you.
Right. It would not be necessarily testimony if people just wanted to say whether they support or they oppose, or if they wanted to testify, then that would have to be moved to another time.
Right. Let me just check with Bill. I think we need to, if we have to have a cutoff, then I need to know what that is so we don't get into it. Cut them off in the middle of that. So, Bill, would say that, is that why this is appropriate? Cut it off here.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you said.
You have a hard stop.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Well, Katie, I'm back when on the 21st.
21st, right? Sabrina, are you, just to confirm, you're here on the 21st
Of this month?
of September?
No, obviously not. I think I think that's.
Is that the day
first-
you're out?
The first non-pregnancy related one I'll have to miss in my 2-year tenure. Yeah. The other ones don't count, baby.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a trial that day that, here's the thing, it starts the day before, so it should be done by noon on Tuesday, but if it's not, I don't want us to be all ready to go and then meet. But yeah.
Do we want to potentially, would you want to do a different, like, just set it in all by itself to finish?
That's what I was thinking was a thing that
We need to do that because we gotta get it all in.
We do.
And we also have to get other people's matters matter also.
Right, agreed. We don't want to bump anybody else either.
Yeah.
So what are you thinking, Katie, in terms of a date?
Let's see. So we meet every other Tuesday. So we could meet on the off Tuesday, if that works for anyone, or we could try to go on. So our next off Tuesday is the 31st, or we could pick possibly a Thursday, because we have staff here Tuesday, Thursday. So like I want to make sure I have people here to answer the phone in case there's an issue or an emergency.
The 31st, I cannot do it.
I can do the 2nd, September 2nd. If that's next week, that's next Thursday.
Yeah, that rest of that week is bad for me.
The next two then are September 7th and September 9th.
7th, we have a hearing, and then.
Oh, yeah. I can't do the 9th.
All right, so now we're looking at the week of the 14th.
I can do the 16th, but not the 14th.
So Thursday, the 16th.
I can do the 16th.
Will we start also at 1 o'clock then?
We can start at 1.
Yeah, that's best.
And this would be the only thing that we would hear would be Thursday, the 16th at 1 p.m.
I can do that.
Yeah, I'm available as well. I know we have not asked either Ms. Witter or Mr. Ramsey. But
Correct.
we're just trying to manage what this calendar is looking like to be sure we get it all in.
Did you just say the 16th of September?
Thursday, the September 16th at 1 p.m. and we will roll through. We will get everybody else, because I think basically Ms. Witt is Mr. Lancey's made his principal case. Ms. Witt has made her case. Now we're down to individual persons that wish to speak in opposition. And like I said, we can do testimony, we can do polls, like however that goes on the first. And then Mr. Lansey believes he has about an hour's worth of rebuttal.
Mm-hmm.
And it may actually be longer, depending, but I have at least one witness, possibly 3 total.
All right, so if we start at 1,
Yeah.
say there's, let's err on the side of being over, right? So say we had 60 people on the call, say, not everybody is going to want to speak. Some people may just want to say, I oppose and I agree with, right? And then Mr. Lansey say 2 hours. So if we plan from 1 to 5, we dedicate 1 to 5 to this, I think we can do it.
Let's do it.
And I think we should commit to doing that.
I think it's a good plan.
I know it's hard once you get in the flow, but I've been there.
I don't think there's another way to get this done.
Right. I think I agree with Sabrina 100%.
We can't get with the regular docket.
No, we can't. All right, so this is now Thursday, 9:16.
I need to confirm my witnesses are available.
Okay,
So I would need, I guess, 5 minutes to make 3 quick phone calls.
okay.
Can I do that?
Sure, go ahead. I do
Okay.
think it cannot be before the 16th of September in any event, so.
Right, it will not be before September 16th at this point, but this is
Okay.
the earliest date for everyone.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Right, so we'll wait for Mr. Lanzi, and hopefully it will work out. And if so, we'll go ahead and ask him to repost, and I will set a separate. I'll just do a separate docket and a separate Webex
Right.
for this. So we'll have two kind of Webex things happening on the website. So we'll get creative with how we do that on the website.
Be interesting to see if this has ever occurred before, a meeting not on a Tuesday.
I know, interesting.
We're in a pandemic, and I just was the first board member to go on maternity leave. We're doing a lot of firsts around here these days.
How is that possible?
That's what I said.
I
How is that
know.
possible? I wondered that as well. Like, I guess nobody was a woman and was young-ish, and I'm gonna put young in quotes because I'm not that young. But yeah.
That is interesting.
It means I got to create my own policy though. So whoever comes next has to do it exactly the same way I did it because I created the maternity leave policy, which is just go and then come back when you're ready. It's really all there is to it.
This is true. This is true.
I went back to this before.
We just
my full-time job.
All right, so we just had someone put in the chat, doesn't know if this affects anyone, but 9/16 is Yom Kippur. So maybe what we could do, so we'll find out from Mr. Lanzi, maybe we could do anybody could do written, we could read into the record what people would want to say. Maybe that's an option in opposition. Mr. French, Planning Commission scheduled to meet in that day in case any witnesses of other plans. And Planning Commission also accepts written comments. So we can, anything anybody wants to write, I will read into the record.
Is there, and this is for everyone listening who's still here, is there a way that if you, not that you're not trustworthy, Katie, but can people get a proxy? Like if they want to write down what they have to say and give it to like their lawyer or their friend or their cousin, okay, so that you can give it to a family member or a friend or a trusted confidant or Miss Witt to does everyone have if the people who you didn't call to testify, Miss Wood, do people have your email address to send you things?
They will, yeah. So just since we have a minute here, I guess. I'm representing the York Road Partnership, not necessarily every single, individual. So that was kind of my case. But if they got the email to participate in the hearing, then they have my email and they can send me things. We can gather up more written testimony and submit it. That would be fine.
Okay.
No. If you guys, you guys have a lot of testimony already, but if there's others, yeah, we can.
Right. Yeah, the board has a lot of documents, and I know they're going to want to take their time to go through it, make sure that they've gotten everything, not only the testimony, but make sure they have time to go through the documents.
As usual, I will be here, but my camera's going to be off for a few moments, and you might hear my I guess he doesn't have to be unofficial because we need 5 board members. So the 5th board member here, he might voice his opinion. Loudly.
He's gotten so big.
I know. He has 2 teeth. Why do you have teeth? Are you big? You see all the people in the squares? Do you see you?
All right, Ms. Byrne, I was able to check. and
Okay,
The witnesses are available on the 16th.
okay, that's awesome.
Thank you.
All right, so if Mr. Green would change his sign, once again, to 9/16, 1 PM, I will go ahead and I will actually update. I'll put a docket in there now for 9/16, and this will be the only thing on it, on the website, and we'll go ahead and establish another Webex just for this day.
Okay, and if I could just add one thing for the record before we close for the day. I object in general and on behalf of my client strenuously to the use of the word incinerator. It's insulting, it's not appropriate. The intention clearly in the code when you look at definitions. And when you reference nuclear power plants, waste incinerator, it's really demeaning and insulting the families that have to cremate. But we'll deal with it on the next hearing date. But I just want to object to that use of that term repeatedly. Obviously, witnesses were coached a bit, used repeatedly during testimony today. So, but otherwise, thank you for your accommodating us to have our rebuttal witnesses. 16.
All right, so for everyone still on the call, we will be coming back to this on 9/16. Again, if you are unable to make it and you have someone else that can speak for you, or you can submit things, or if you just want to go ahead and send another, either in opposition and opposite support, or what you would have testified to if you were able to testify on this day. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
All right. James, are we done?
We're done. That ends the docket for today.
Okay. All right.
Thank you all.